Why? Oh, I ain't going live yet. That's why. I was like, why is X not loading my live stream? Because I'm not live. Duh. Duh. Because I'm not live, right? Jeez. What's up, Ishmael? What's up? What's going on, Maureen? Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Why do we have one like? Let's get the likes up. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. There we go. Thank you. Let's tap the screen, y'all. Let's get this thing popping. Y'all know how we do. We're live right now. All feeling a higher or a higher, a higher. Thank you for the follow, all feeling. Oh, there's people that say, oh, you only know the Cherokee tribe. All you claim is the Cherokee. They try to put I got a Cherokee princess story on us. Like, when the hell has anybody melanated ever say they descended from a Cherokee princess? When the hell has that happened? Ever? Was Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the guests. Man. But yeah, how you? What the hell? Hell is going on? What's up, Ron? Nah, I drive a Nissan. Like, be serious, dude. We're having a serious conversation. We're having a serious conversation right now. American Indian. Drop y'all tribes in the chat. Drop y'all tribes in the chat. Drop y'all tribes in the chat. What's up, Mahomes? Real wife. Cherokee. Oh, who is this? Cherokee, Choctaw. I forgot how to pronounce that. I forgot how to pronounce that tribe. Potawatomi. I got a fifth. I got a fifth great grandpa who's Jamaican from Bermuda. Only knew Spanish. That's interesting. Who's Jamaican from Bermuda? You said Choctaw, right? Ojibwe. I'm not Choctaw. Somebody in the chat said Choctaw. Choctaw. I'm not Choctaw. Or Choctaw. What else? Ojibwe. What's up, Sam? What's going on? Choctaw, Tunica. I forgot how to pronounce the tribe with the A. Somebody told me. I met somebody that's of that tribe. It's a new day. It's a new day. Yes, it is. Here are tribes having alliance. What is going on in Anne Arundel County? What's up, man? Yeah, I've been seeing you pushing out the content, Sam. Shout out to you. What's up, Niji? What's up? RXM Burgundy said Tunica, Biloxi, Powhatan, Piscataway, Cato, Nasman, Uchi, Chowano, Tuscarora, possibly more. The show. RXM Burundi said, shout out to Biloxi. I got a homie that's Biloxi. I got a homie that's Biloxi. What's up, FBA? What's up, FBA? Nope. What's up, Q Shaw? Man, let's keep tapping the light, keep tapping the screen, keep tapping the screen. How many people? We got 40 people on the StreamYard. I haven't really been paying attention to the StreamYard. Did I get live? I didn't go live on Instagram, but yeah, we almost to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Almost to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. We are 230 subscribers away, I believe. 230. So make sure y'all subscribe to me on YouTube. Citizen of Potawatomi Nation from Oklahoma. Nice. Yeah, Lydia. What's up, Lydia? If anybody wants to come up, feel free. If anybody wants to come up, feel free. Requests are open. Requests are open. What's up? What's up, OG? What's up, King David? What's up, Wonderlands? So, hope all is well. I'm all right. I'm here. I'm here. We still moving. I'm feeling better than I have been for probably like the last few weeks. So that's a start. That's a start. Who the heck is Joseph? All right, let's go. Only faster down in Forest County. Oh wow.
You're a nigger.
Of course.
Nigger.
All right.
Nigger.
Yeah. All right.
Nigger.
All right.
Nigger.
Let me disconnect. Who
Nigger.
be paying y'all, dude? Like, who pays y'all? Like, and TikTok wants to make it a problem, right? TikTok wants to say, "Oh, you're responsible for who you bring up on the stage," but y'all allow people to come up and request up and say these things. Y'all don't have a radar. I know that y'all TikTok doesn't have a bot. Y'all have a bot to track people that do this frequently on panels. Yeah, they're so cool. Like it's never right. It's never nothing new. Y'all like TikTok, like ByteDance, right? Because they were complaining to my agent. Someone said the N word on his panel. He's responsible for who he allows on the stage, but y'all don't have a bot to know if someone does this frequently on panels to try to disrupt or get somebody's live clipped. ByteDance, right? It's gonna be one of those live streams, probably, isn't it? It's gonna be one of those live streams, right? They act like it hurt. Like y'all not doing nothing. Like you can't convince me that they're not being paid. Right? It's no act. They know. I'm hip. They know exactly what they're doing. TikTok is sending these people. I'm not stupid. ByteDance, and they be doing any and everything to make sure we don't get our just due. Fuck out of here. And I'm not kissing ass either. You got. Oh, you're suspended on TikTok, Sam? Damn. My pound. A toad? Wow. You see? And TikTok be gaslighting. That's why I don't really be. Nah, they think I'm gonna just shut up. They can just mistreat me on this app. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Y'all can treat any other content creator how they want. I can get off TikTok. I'll go back to fucking Twitter full time. Shit, at least they cut me something. At least they cut me something. Oh, decent, right? A little bit decent. And ever since I went on that complaint, they've been paying me more on Twitter. So yeah, I don't need your little musty ass antics, TikTok. Start treating me with respect. Because I can make it pop anywhere. I can make it pop anywhere. But yeah, I digress. If anybody else wants to come up and actually add to the topic, they can. There's a lot of folks that need TikTok. I don't. There's a lot of folks that need TikTok. I don't. Shit is crazy because they need us at the same time, right? If we all decided to drop off TikTok, it's gonna be the most unseen. It's gonna be one of the unseasoned apps ever. What's up? Do you want me to play man, make sure y'all stream. All right, I'll get it. I'll play a tune for y'all. Make sure y'all stream the album. I'll play a tune for y'all. No problem. Before we get really into it, I'll play a tune for y'all. Since Niji requested. Well, and then I'll bring some people up after I play this tune. But Chad, make sure that y'all stream the album. Make sure that y'all stream the album. Make sure that y'all stream the album. So it won't be super echoey. Oh shit. All right, 1 second. What's up, Chris? All right, for sure. I put it on repeat for sure. Appreciate that. All right, for sure. All right, appreciate that. Now they can hear me on StreamYard again. Appreciate that. You put it on repeat for sure. It's everywhere. For the trolls. It's on every streaming platform that you can think of. You got a flash go start. Let's see. But yeah, if you want to come out, feel free. Request up. I don't know. I can't speak personally for other people. Well, people try to speak for us personally. And that's some shit. Ain't that some shit? They speak for us, but like, oh, all you claim is Cherokee. WAR. I think I know who you're talking about. Maybe. That's a big maybe. Yeah, but we don't gotta be like them. Ain't nobody say we gotta be like them. Ain't nobody gotta say we gotta be like them. I'm just asking the question. What's up, Chris?
It's called
What's up?
What's good, Derek?
Not much. Just up here chopping it up, seeing what folks on.
Yeah, I was thinking if enough of us could prove our direct lineage, who's to say, or would it be smart to all federally enroll if the tribe or lineage is federally recognized so that we could have enough of us in there to try to take control?
That'd be cool. Yeah, I blocked Joseph. It probably, I don't know. It'd be interesting.
I never approved this guys.
For sure.
Yeah. And now my whole company.
Hey, shut up. You say something stupid, you're getting blocked. So pick your words wisely.
Wasn't planning on it.
All right.
This self-serving. You did this for you.
I feel like a majority of mixed white and black Americans both claim to be somewhat part Cherokee.
We're not trying to help make your company great.
I don't know what Mans was saying about if enough of us can claim it, we can like overtake it or something. That made no sense.
I say prove lineage. If enough of us could prove our lineage.
What's up, Jasmine?
What would it do?
You should just stay scared.
So if enough of us is actually part of a federally recognized tribe, most of us could also be sitting on the board as well to help rewrite and change some of the laws that govern these tribes.
I thought a lot of them have to be like in the last 20, 50 years, not like 200-300 years ago.
Well, and I'm just speaking on my lineage. I could go all the way back to 1820. And I could technically go back further than that, but 1820 was just a few hundred years ago.
Yeah.
So are you saying that
I'm sorry, are you part of a federally recognized tribe?
No, I was just wanting to ask. You're not saying that Africans are the original natives, right?
What the fuck is that? Africa's original name. What?
I'm just asking because I saw the topic.
Go
I
ahead.
was just wanted
Chris.
to get out of the place.
But the topic don't say anything about Africans. It said the Black Americans.
He gone. I could have sworn he said the N-word on my panels before. I was trying to feel his ass out. I'm sure he's going to say something racist. He's feeling his ass out. If anybody else wants to come up, feel free. Y'all got any questions? But y'all block that Joseph dude. I'm going to remember y'all usernames. You're getting blocked. If you think you just come on the panels to be racist. TikTok, I'm blocking all your bots that you send here. All right?
And that's so crazy. If it's not YT people
What's up, Keisha?
inserting themselves in something that has nothing to do with them, it's non-card holding people who claim indigenous claims that also want to say something, but yet don't want to acknowledge that on the Eastern Shoreboard, they were speaking of melanated copper tone mahogany colored Indians.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That shit crazy. But yeah, it's all foreigners always want to insert themselves in this conversation because it's the biggest conversation on the internet. It's the biggest conversation on the internet. Don't let nobody else tell you otherwise. Be the biggest topic. Oh, where are black people from? Type shit. Like what? What do you mean you're from America?
And I will say, when I came back home to Savannah, I came across a handful of white people talk about, oh yeah, I'm Cherokee. One of them say they part of the Eastern Band, but they're not registered, but their great-great-grandparent is. And then I had this other lady who says she's from North Carolina too that worked at the tax office. And I was just pulling their chain saying, oh yeah, I'm Cherokee as well. And I'm going to apply for my citizenship. because so far I only found Yamasi and Chata. And she was like, oh, well, if you apply, you're not going to get anything because they cut that off and it was only for people
Mm.
back in the 50s. I'm like, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. He's like, yeah, we'll see. For sure.
Is that where white people start claiming to be Native American to get tax cuts or build casinos? As far as, because I know a lot of black people was claiming Cherokee, but wasn't even a drop of Cherokee.
What do you mean by that?
Well, back in the early when they would start giving out money to Native Americans for land and everything like that, all of a sudden, when you go down to the office to claim that, they were letting a whole lot of white people do it, but wasn't letting black people do it. And that's why I think the Seminoles in Florida was a mix of slaves and Native American also. And so, but at one point, it was a tribe that combined from ex-slaves and Native Americans. But when it came down to it, the Native Americans didn't want to claim the black people.
What tribe would that be?
Before?
What tribe would that be?
I think it was near Oklahoma. So it wasn't Apache, I know that. I think it was Chippewa, if I'm not mistaken.
Chippewa.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, it was a big thing because they gave the Native American a lot of money, but when the money came, all of a sudden the black people wasn't good enough. They wasn't part of the tribe all of a sudden, which I was like, really? It was a whole documentary on. I've seen it on Discovery.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It actually was on 60 Minutes and everything too. Yeah. And the current chief, it was with the Seminole tribe out of Oklahoma.
Yes.
But yet he wanted to kick out the quote unquote freedmen Seminoles.
Yes. Yeah.
But the history goes back that the Seminoles were melanated.
Right. I think because they did mix tribe. Because that's why Florida State changed their name to Seminoles.
Yes.
They mascot to Seminole because I think it was something crazy. I forget what the name of it was.
Because the Oklahoma Seminoles don't have anything to do with the Florida Seminoles. Right. Because the Florida Seminoles actually own the rights and everything to the Hard Rock Casino Hotel.
Right.
And for any other quote unquote band of the Seminole tribes that is outside of Florida, they have to rent or quote unquote license that name in order to use it.
Wow, I did not know that. Yeah. But my family always thought we was because I am damn near mulatto, very light skinned for a black guy. And my grandmother always had different eyes, but I thought we was Native American. I found out we was French. More French than anything.
What's up, Lila?
But I told my mom about it because I did the whole ancestry DNA type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was no Native American blood at all.
None. So, no, okay. So have you done a family tree?
Yes, I did do a family tree on which is a whole lot of white people came up that even second cousin white people came up.
Uh-huh.
And
right.
And so most of mine was like Northern, French, even England, Wales, that part. And then the Congo, I think I'm mostly Nigerian though, because that's like 23%.
Did you match with any Africans?
Yeah, Nigerian. Oh
no, I'm talking about African cousins.
No, I didn't see any. Yeah, I keep up on it. I check it like every other day just to see what pops up.
Now, are you talking about DNA or actual? DNA. You found people in your lineage that's from these places.
DNA. Like I was checking today and I seen another third cousin, white lady, and I was looking at our DNA, and she had no African blood, but all same matches of Caucasian or white people blood as I do. which I thought was crazy. And I was like, okay, I see what.
Don't y'all just work on your family tree? It ain't nothing but filling in the blanks of some names.
Yeah, I did. I do that. I also, I got my family tree all the way down to like 1600s.
So where they come from in the 1600s? Where were they at?
It just said slave.
Slave in the 1600s? Where?
It did not.
It did. It did.
What document?
What document? Yeah. Are we talking about?
On my mom's side, I traced my mom's side all the way back to like 1680 something, somewhere around there.
And it just said slave. What was the family name? Hold on. I got this.
Solomon. It started off with Solomon and King. Then I went to my mom's side on her mother's side, and it was Solomon or something like that. I'm sorry.
What state?
Texas.
In 1600s in Texas.
Why is he lying to us on this platform?
1600s in Texas.
Stop lying.
It started off in Texas.
Texas
and then
wasn't even a state in the 1600s.
No, it started off in Texas, then it moved up to West Virginia.
In the 1600s?
In the 1600s?
You're lying to us right now. I want you to stop lying.
It had to be West Virginia. You could be West Virginia either. In the 1600s, what? That was Virginia.
These slave narratives real, and everybody that does this work, everybody just perked up when he said that. Slaves in the 1600s. And then look how he talking about in Tejas.
If he would have said Louisiana, I would have believed him.
I didn't believe that. There wasn't even 13 original colonies. Like, come on. So this is before the Charter of New York? This is before Virginia, 1607. Like,
this is
we just get into
Georgia,
Virginia in 1607. What are you saying?
At the part with the YT lady that he said was his third cousin, while also saying that he didn't find any direct relations in the States.
Determined to make this slave narrative real, and I don't know what he's on, but you got to get off that, bro.
I feel like it come from a place of like just not wanting to admit that you don't know something or you haven't completely found the answer. Like they get on here, try to sell these stories that don't make sense. It's okay with saying like, this is how far I've tracked my lineage. I don't know, but I'm working on trying to figure that out and leaving it at that, as opposed to lying.
What's up, Creole girl? Creole elder. It comes from immigrants. Yeah, he left. He's like, oh man, he said it's too hot in the kitchen for me.
And here's the crazy thing: if you went back to the 1600s, it's not going to just pop out and say Indian. Especially if you're around the late 1700s, 1800s, you're going to have to put that name into different databases, different dolls rolls to try to find those relatives.
It depends because you got court records too. It depends on if they was classified in court records as that or on tax records.
Or in rare cases, newspaper articles.
That too.
Everybody gets exposed when it's time to present some logic and some facts. And so what have we been doing all this time? It's just a bunch of fairy tales, just a bunch of hearsay. Like that is so dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
And that's why I asked him the DNA question, because when he started calling off different countries, wait, this ain't genealogy of locating people. You're talking about spit kick.
Yeah, he talking about. I was like, he said, "Oh yeah, I would." He said, "I'm mostly French." I was, "Oh, so you a Black European?" Nah, I made this because there's outsiders that claim that we only know Cherokee or only claim Cherokee. We only say they've got Cherokee tribe or whatever. That's the only tribe we claim. So,
and who cares? What they gonna do about it? Like this, it's just like every day it's a new silly ass argument. Every day. But I'm so thankful that you bring this to our attention because that's how desperate they are. Cherokee Nation is one of the largest tribes in the nation. It's always really between Navajo and the Cherokee. And it is what it is. And guess what? It's gonna keep getting bigger as more people repatriate, as more people get back involved with their indigenous roots. So it's gonna continue to expand. But what's it to you? Like, if you think about it, on average, the grandmothers, great-grandmothers were having dozens of children So yeah, it's a lot of us. That's what y'all worried about. So the population count is going to increase. Like,
Do I
are
have a
you
different sweater?
afraid?
You gonna buy
Are
me a
they
different sweater?
scared?
For sure. Do I have a different? You gonna buy me a different sweater? You have a different, right? You
Hey, what up, though, Jari? I got one quick question. I'm just doing a ride by real quick because I'm taking some notes. And I'm letting people know this too. I think I ain't gonna say I think I saw your name come across one of these indigenous platforms that are reporting people like you and Leela to the BIA and to Homeland Security. What's your perspective
I
on it?
told
What do
them
you feel?
I reported them to Homeland Security. You can't do
Uh-oh.
that with me. I live in LA and we are trying to figure out how to get through this sanctuary city. I'm the one started telling them I'm going to have them deported. So that's what I'm looking into.
You gonna
So
see that?
what
I'm
you
just
gotta
saying,
do.
wait, real quick though. They got y'all listed. So what is your plan of action?
Famous.
Ain't
I'm
nobody got to play. Ain't nobody. What
I'm
plan of action?
popular online.
I'll see them when I see them.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm popular.
Okay, and then my second thing, I'm
They're
not gonna be here
making me
long.
more
My second,
famous. They're making me
my
famous.
second, okay, cool. My second thing is this: due to the fact that I don't want my brothers and sisters to go to jail, I am, I have started. Wait, I did start an LLC for bond, getting you out of jail for bond stuff. And if you do go to jail, I will pay your duration while you're in prison.
What is
Man,
talking about? What is he
like
talking about?
what type of shit was that? Like, bro, I'm not gonna be in no jail cell.
What are they
Like,
talking about? Like, is that fear mongering? What in the
ain't
hell is
nobody
that?
like. Let me see. Like, somebody, what video am I on? Well, I ain't
Was
never
he trying
seen
to sell
somebody.
me something?
I'm sure somebody would have sent me that if my name was on the list.
Well, I don't give a damn if people talk about me. I'm getting ready for Italy right now, and I'm famous and I'm popular, and nobody cares about what y'all talking about online. One day y'all gonna realize, like in reality, like rent is due. Okay, cell phone bill, internet is due. Like, go pay some bills.
I don't understand why I was dropped.
You sound like an idiot. Don't bring that shit over here.
Just,
don't go play in Fairy Tale Landia with Espanola. Okay? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You know how long people been threatening to
How about
me.
stop playing in Fairy Tale Land? Okay, while you waiting for Jesus, and go wait for Jesus to come back too while you at it. Like, I don't play in Fairy Tale Landia. Okay, I'm very much tangible, physical actuality. Because you sound like an idiot and talk
cool
about
out though. I'm not being emotional. Why are you being so emotional?
Because you are in this fantasy
you're
world,
a professional.
And then you
though.
trying to sell me some insurance policy.
You're such a professional. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, but so be professional. You want professionalism out of me? I give you what you give me. It's called karma. So either answer the prompt
I didn't come
or
up here
play in reality.
and go against
Snap back to reality. Okay. They also talk about people going to be living on Mars. Okay. I'm from the
I was talking to the host. I wasn't even
okay, that's fine.
You.
But I'm gonna tell you, but you brought my name into it. I'm from the show me state. You got to show me receipts first and foremost. Okay. Because they also talking about moving to Mars and making Mars habitable. So you can say whatever you want.
You're not from Missouri, so stop it.
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, you from? I thought you said you from Kansas State. My bad. Okay, cool.
I said Kansas City. Okay,
my bad.
Clearly not familiar.
Okay,
I'm from the show me state, which is Missouri. I said I'm from the show me state. So show me first. I don't sit here and talk about Fairy Tale Landia. Nobody want to hear your Fairy Tale Land. Look like you getting off on it.
You know how many people have been threatened.
Look like you sound like you getting off on it. Shut up.
Wow, I mean, I can't even talk, Jarvis. This is ridiculous.
Hold on, 1 second.
Okay, I'm out, Jarvis. You good? I'll come back when she's not here. She's emotional.
But yeah, you know how many people. You know how many people
with Elon Musk and go figure out how to get to Mars and Jesus coming back.
You know how many people have been threatening to sue and shit ain't happened.
and anyway, like I got a whole business to run. I got clients to take care of. Like ain't nobody sitting around talking with these people.
Jarvis,
Fairy Tale Landia.
Like these, that's what they call. They call me Jarvis for some reason. Like I don't know, they might be stupid or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not like
I don't know. I don't play with grown adults. Like this is childish. Like go make some money. Like our generation is like suffering right now. Like, we're not going to even have Social Security by the time we get to retirement. Like, because y'all want to sit around and talk about fairy tale landia. Like, chill out.
Fairy tale landia.
So I was about to say, what they going to send me? They going to have to show paperwork. I can literally, like, it's not that hard to find a Piscataway in my lineage. It's my second great grandma.
No, I want them to put
Piscataway.
I want to put all their money into it. I want them to empty their bank accounts. I want them to put their child college fund into it, whatever they were saving up for retirement. I want them to dump everything they have into it.
They're gonna lose.
For sure.
I don't even know what they're talking about. So, I'm famous, and I struck a nerve because I'm very articulate and powerful and masterful with my words. I'm a master communicator. So, whatever I said to these people, it's striking a chord, and I'm serious about Homeland Security. I'm serious about it. I've already ported some Africans. I gathered information. I feel like the online farm, and I'm really advocating for California to break away from the sanctuary city status. Los Angeles is a sanctuary city. Like, that is harming us.
Yeah,
it's harming
Chicago
our state budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's really affecting the local economy.
75
So, like, get them out of here.
Is paperwork is colonizer. Man, if you don't shut the hell up. Colonizer work. Like, man, you know how many people have been threatening to sue us for years? Ain't shit happening. They not going to. They going because they gonna have to show paperwork themselves. How long you been here? How long you
talk about it, because it's not real. Like, you can actually take their fairy tale landia and manifest something into reality. It's not even real. And paperwork is colonized ideology, but yeah, you fill out a paperwork for a job. You fill it out for leasing, for bank loans, when you want to get a car, for your ID. You fill out paperwork for other things. So what are you talking about? Like, no, welcome to civilization. All right, modern society. Papyrus is as old as time. Okay, we're a civilized society. This is modern times. Okay, so and a lot of people like to blame things on colonization. You failed at life. If you're blaming colonization, you've already failed. Like, it's 2025. Wake up, go win today. Go accomplish something magnificent. Go do something great. Go accomplish something. Go be part of some achieved victory. Like, try that for once. You've already failed. Try winning for once in life.
right, for sure. Let me sage the room. The vibes don't feel organic anymore. I live in the first colonies. Oh yeah, that's why I'm not even. Yeah, let's get back to the topic. What's up, Loss?
What's up, brother?
Try victory.
Yes, Lord.
I don't feel good.
Sick for days.
75 done. Yeah, thanks for muting him. But yeah, don't worry. I got something cooking up for their ass anyway.
You got another hit single. You got a movie. What you got?
I'm gonna call it Roots. Yeah, it's gonna be a hit single called Roots. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, 90-minute feature, full-length feature.
I'm gonna call it. Yep, I'm gonna call it Roots.
That's the mixed.
If you know, you know.
Only thing I ate was those chips.
For sure. Anybody else want to come up? Feel free. If anybody else want to come up, feel free. Oh my, OMG again. Who's Jay Lee Bella? Who are you? You might be right.
People are so obsessed. It's like, I really want y'all to go figure out live. Like, he can do whatever he wants. If he wants to go live, he can do whatever he wants. Freedom. What's it to you?
You pay, like, yeah, you gonna pay me to get off live? Like, send me 6 figures right now. I'll stop going live.
Yeah, and then he's gonna take the money and still go live.
Oh God.
So, like, grow up. We're adults. We're gonna do what we want to do and go get a life. And like I said, go win. Like, it is so easy to sit around and be failures. Go win. Like, seriously, go win at something. Like, go win a race or something. Like, go win a new contract. Like, go be successful in the world.
Hey, Darvin, you know something? I was speaking to my grandfather the other day. He's about your skin complexion. When we were talking about indigenous melanated Black Indians that was originally here. Right. My grandfather, with your skin complexion, if I show you an older photo of when he joined the army, high cheekbone, slanted, Asian looking eyes. And he mentioned, he's like, back in the day, they used to call the colonizers paleface. If they call them paleface and the ones that look white today, why would they call the colonizer the same skin complexion of themselves?
Right. Why would they? If they both pale faced.
I'm confused. Like, wait, what's going on?
Do you see the topic at hand?
Yeah, do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? I mean, I would only say that because in my perspective, and I don't at this point, like, there's a whole lot of people with a different perspective. So I'm gonna just let y'all know I don't believe in time. So this is just where this comes in. Cherokee, you got Egyptian, you got Cherokee, Egyptians, you got all of that. That all happened in the same time, in my perspective.
Cherokee,
if somebody,
Egyptians?
Yeah, I'm talking about
like
way
time
more.
is not linear, basically. Like it's all happening.
I know what he's talking about. I'm aware that time isn't linear. I know what he's talking about.
Well, I don't understand. What is he talking about?
Well, he's saying like everything. Sorry.
Everything happens at once, but what's the point of it? What's the point of that saying?
Meanwhile, Australia, okay.
I would say in order for it to be time, there has to be a before and after.
All right, the show.
Before and after the Big Bang Theory. What do you mean?
And Cherokee coexisted at the exact same point in time.
And
I'm
so did
pretty
the
sure they did.
Portuguese and the Ghanaians, and so did the Australians and the Chinese. We all coexist.
No. Because I think that I'm pretty sure people probably think that Cherokee was a more like in the future, and like Egyptian is more ancient. And it really happened at like the exact same time.
Are y'all on some special herbs that's like I don't know about? Like, is there a new herb running around?
I mean,
like,
you can go get that already here for you.
What are you talking about?
You go get that.
It's like, is this like some what they call that little plant in Wakanda?
But yeah, I'm trying to say, what is that? What I asked is, what does it have to do with what does it have to do with the topic at hand?
Because it stems down to your question. It says, do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? Now, Black Americans we don't have our true history handed to us. We're conquered. Don't
Hold
get
on
into
1 second. Let them land. Go ahead.
Don't let me live. You got a dollar there, buddy. But all right. Let me get it. Let me get to it.
All right, you going on some mumbo jumbo word salad. Like, get to your point.
Bro. So all right. So the only reason, because you keep stirring me off, and I got the answers for you, but you keep having these smart remarks. All right, hold on. I
literally told them to let you land,
sir. The only reason why they would be only claiming Cherokee right now is because of the lack of evidence that what I just said is true. So since you probably do not think that Egyptians and Cherokee wasn't coexisting at the same time, then you wouldn't even realize that there's a multiple of other ancient tribes that there was a lot more of.
Nigga. Oh my goodness.
He's Luminary. Can I help you out? Because you're just making some stuff up. What? After the Trail of Tears, the Cherokee and all these tribes were absorbed and absolved. There was dissolved. You have to understand warfare was happening.
Yes.
So essentially, the Cherokee being a principal nation, being one of the most powerful. I mean, we're talking about the so-called 5 tribes. A lot of groups, they were absorbed and the Cherokee adopted. Because you have to remember, if there's warfare, that leaves the women and children, the civilian population. The men are basically gone. It's war. It happens. So essentially, as all these people assimilated, there are a lot of other tribes that they didn't have any really thing to really claim anymore. They disbanded, disorganized. It was just discombobulated. So the Cherokee absorbed a lot of these people over time.
I don't mean to cut you off. You are 100% correct with what you're saying. And I think what I'm basically going to sum up, you're basically saying that Cherokee was absorbing all of the other tribes and making it as one because of the warfare. Like you will obviously want to grab more of your people in a warfare because obviously there's a war. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is you're right. There is a lot of tribes. We just don't understand that we've been warring, and this war is like way more like psychological than we really think. And that we had all the we had everybody. You know what I'm saying? We was stacked. Everybody. We was the real army. the army get their shit from us. You know what I'm saying? They just replicate. That's all they do, replicate, copy and paste. But the thing is, though, I'm just letting you guys know that the time is a part of the psychological part of it, and that all these tribes, it was so many tribes. We are the entire land. So when they say land of the free, you might as well throw black people in the word land, because land is us. We are part of the plants and trees and all of that. It's us. We are the land. You know what I'm saying? But he's just spitting random buzzword, whatever. So you got the black, you got the Cherokee. That's just one of the many of tribes that we had. You know what I'm saying? But we was a lot more deep in this shit. You know what I'm saying? We was already, but want to know how they got to us? It's because of the psychological part. We were so goddamn magical. I mean, we don't have to believe in magic, but it's at the same time, this is just proof of it, because belief is just a part of it. That's just like what that is. Go ahead.
I always grew up thinking that the so-called Native Americans were just magical people. Like, I always thought like they had special powers. Like, you know, this is me as a child. And to kind of find out they do. And we don't even talk about that from a spiritual standpoint. And so, but then I say, where'd all this go? And it's with us. And so if you don't practice your magic, if you don't craft, then all those special powers to me, in my perspective, lay dormant. But I don't see the Espanols talking about Native American magic. I don't see it. I don't see them talking about spiritual matters because they're all MS-13. These are gang members. We are dealing with Spanish cartel members.
Right. And they've been placed in society. They were created by the YT people, you know what I'm saying? The Spanish and Spanish conquistadors, you know what I'm saying? They've been there. They basically took the magic from us. I wouldn't say take it, because they can't really do anything to us. They made us believe that it's not real no more with us coming into their societies. So once we got into their shit, like once they took our land and then like whatever they built here, they like taking all the power out of it. Since it's like we get here, we're already drained. It's so easier for us to believe that we have no power. But when we get into the woods, we get way more active. Like it's the same thing as if you take a dog from inside of a house and then you put him outside in the woods. Like you'll see how way more better that dog is going to act. Like same thing with us, but we're really getting amplified on a different level. Like, well, we got to be out there for like a day or two to really get your like instincts back to kick in. You know what I'm saying? Because we're a bunch of negative frequencies right now. You got music, PS4s, Wi-Fi, 5G is kicking everybody's ass right now. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. 5G kicking everybody's ass. So if you're not meditating on a daily, or at least you don't have no obsidian or that shungite, then you're not going to be able to protect yourself from what's really happening. And then you're not going to be able to realize that fucking Egyptian and Cherokee was coexisting at the same time. If anything, that was their brethren. You feel me? That you got to just realize that. He said, damn, he got ADHD. Nah, it's just herbs. When you take herbs, you become more electrified. And then I just be waking up doing what the fuck I feel like. You feel me? Without trying to go eat meat to slow me down. Because I don't do that. But it's all right, though.
Listen to them. They losers. They sit here listening to somebody else speak instead of contributing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got these spaces. Hope you can come up and contribute.
Yeah,
but a lot of y'all pineal is so calcified, you can't even follow. What is happening here? What is that?
Oh yeah, the Cherokee did. Whoever.
What is that?
Oh my God, he's so scary.
The military.
He looked like the little dolls that was on Tales from the Hood.
Hey yo, look like a damn cartoon character, really. Like yo, looking like a damn cartoon character. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, TikTok just sending the.
That's why the economy is tanking. I'm telling y'all. But there's some.
But yeah, like TikTok just sending the worst people today. They just sending all the trolls, any trolls they can think of, not even the ones they pay well, apparently.
Hey, yo, nah, I can talk about that. They do be paying the fake ones. Because this is the truth, you know what I'm saying? So they obviously gonna want to put a little bit of their little season into that shit. But listen, this is the truth, and it's near. Why would they be trying to do anything to the truth and put clones in our society and our perspectives if it wasn't nothing about it? You know what I'm saying? They don't just not touch it if it has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta fix it. You know what I'm saying? You got the power in yourself, my boy. Like even if you probably really don't see it, you have it. Anybody got it. You know what I'm saying? Even the white people, don't get it twisted. That's why I'm not racist. Racism is an illusion because they're not the problem. The problem is what's going on. Who gave them that perspective on us? That's the problem. But that's just a whole different perspective, though.
All right, yeah. I mean, I we get it. Yeah, I get it. We about to go Indian everywhere with this conversation. Let's keep it towards the topic. I'm into occultism, spiritualism myself, but yeah, let's keep it on topic. Let's keep it on topic because we're gonna be going all outer worldly to different dimensions and shit that.
Nah, you're definitely gonna be in a higher timeline after this.
This is my thing. Since Black Americans, they say majority claim Cherokee. What's it to you if you're claiming Lenape and Apache and Navajo? Like, why are you so concerned with the Cherokee? And sometimes I don't understand the power that we have until I listen to their fears. So if you're saying that you're Winnipeg, Winnebago, whatever, Winnetonka, and we're saying we're Cherokee, I'm trying to figure out what business of that is yours. Like, why is that any of your concern? So we're not even claiming the same tribes. I'm trying to understand, like, they are so racial that anything that we're claiming, they have a problem with it. We're not claiming your little know nothing tribe that doesn't have no derivatives, that don't have any inheritance. We're not claiming that. So what's the problem if we are claiming Cherokee? What's the issue?
Well, the reason why you're being shamed for claiming Cherokee is because, according to historical records, Cherokee owned the most slaves of all of the 5 recognized tribes.
But
How many tribes were there?
When you use the word slave and Cherokee, quote unquote, owned slaves, that those slaves were other tribes, other Indians that they fought in war, and those were prisoner of wars from different tribes.
So Ian, you said the Cherokee owned the most. Like, how many tribes own slaves?
I'm not sure.
How many tribes were there at the time? At this time period, were like recognized or identified or communication?
I was speaking to the 5 civilized tribes that were making.
So let's say 5 out of 3,000. So does this seem like a normal indigenous practice? Right. Does this seem like a normal indigenous practice?
No, it was adopted by.
It's like, I think they like to use this slave narrative. It's a humbling tactic. So the fact is this: nobody that practices nature, spiritualism, nobody that's out here communicating with crystals is owning slaves. Okay, that's for, and talking to tree spirits and animal spirits. None of those people that are being displaced did not own slaves. If you could convince other tribes that principal nations such as the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and the Cherokee owns, and the Seminole, if you could convince the rest of the tribes that these 5 major tribes own slaves, then maybe they say, okay, maybe we need to get in line and do the same thing. But there's no story of any other tribes that owned slaves. It was subterfuge. It was infiltrate, disrupt, disorganize, disband. So they had to convince you that this is something that American Indians do. So now here y'all are in 2025 regurgitating the same thing. American Indians own slaves. And you're giving the identity and the practice of slavery to colonizers that infiltrated the tribes. And I think at the end of the day, you are just obsessed with a slave narrative. Like the guy that just came in here and said he had found slavery in his ancestry in 1600 Texas. That's what y'all are obsessed with, trying to make slave myths real, that you are willing to say Elizabeth Warren is Cherokee and the Cherokee owned slaves. So basically you're misidentifying, misappropriating culture to colonizers who absolutely were saying, we own these tribes now. We're the chiefs. So you give a lot of credit to the Scandinavian Neanderthal. But like the brother said, there was war factions happening. There was displacement, disinheritance. And so I don't think the people that were on the Trail of Tears were also hold my mule while I shout and guard these slaves. You being forced from your land, but you still going to use the power of the United States economy. This is the U.S. economy. Women didn't even have rights in this economy. Indians definitely didn't have any rights, but you now saying Indians had the right to own and trade and be participants in the U.S. economy? Right. Are you insane? Think critical thinking here, please.
Well, that's being taught in the universities and black and white universities in America.
I don't know what university you're referring to. And so is Columbus.
Yeah, so it's going to take a hell of a political and press effort on our behalf to change that narrative.
Nah, no political, no nothing, because we've been trying to do that. everybody that tried to go to the court and try to get it through that way has never successfully did it because they write the laws, and according to them, they are the ones that have even word with the whole time.
What up, though,
So if we're gonna try to get any answers and try to get anything's word, he's gonna have to go through warfare. Simple.
Okay, what's up, hybrid?
What's
Peace and
good?
abundance, DIY.
I think Black Americans
Actually, gotta go, guys.
will
So I'm about to go bowling. Everybody have a nice. Everybody have a nice day. You know what I'm saying? Peace,
All right,
evolution.
peace.
Throw some strikes out there, man.
Peace.
The thing about Black people, man, we'll choose anything that sounds good. We like names that sound good. So I agree with you. If we choose Cherokee, it's just because the name sound good to our ears.
So what should black people claim then? That don't just sound good. Is it there?
Like Seminole don't sound good to the ears.
Seminole.
Missoula, Kansas, Cado, Chickasha don't sound good to the ears. What is he? Iroquois, Algonquin?
Yamasi.
But we talking about easy to
Tuscarora
remember.
don't sound good to the ears. What the f are y'all talking
Yeah, easy to remember though. Easily said
What
and
are
easy
you
to
talking
remember.
about? You never heard.
All right, hold on one second. What?
I
let him ask. Hold on. I want him to answer my question. What should black people claim then that isn't just that sound good? What's truthful? What's a truthful thing to claim for Black Americans?
Well, a lot of Black Americans are trying to seek and find themselves to where we really don't know what to claim. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if it sounds good or if it's accurate.
No, I'm asking you. What's the right answer? What should we claim?
That's what I'm saying. When it come down to what you asking me,
I'm asking your personal opinion. What should we claim? I'm asking your personal, not about the collective.
I don't know, like me growing up in the midst of it, I would say black, but we all know that ain't the thing to claim. Like we don't want to, we got our own people that don't want us to claim black. But I'm
all
okay
right, so
with
just
claiming.
Okay, so you want to claim just black, right?
Yeah.
So what is just black?
I don't want to just claim black because we know black ain't what it is. We know it ain't. It ain't a tribe. It's not. We know that our skin complexion is not black. We know it's a made up narrative for us. But
so what origin point should we claim? American, African, European?
Native.
I mean that's a good question. I think that's what
family's last name. Claim. Put some money on those books. Claim your family's
Put some money on what
last.
books?
Yeah, put on your family's books, on your family's inheritance. Get some certificates of deposits. Put some inheritance. Put some money in a pot. Put some like you want to claim these different nations. Claim your family. Start with yourself. Start with building your family's name. Black literally means to lack. It means literally the absence of sunlight.
But
like, do you understand melanin? So if you want to go call yourself black, that means you have no nation. Means you have no civil rights.
And they ask. It ain't about
no. The definition. The definition of the word. It literally rhymes with lack. Black is to lack.
To me, but black
it don't matter. Who cares about your definition? Black is the absence of sunlight.
Well, you giving a
melanin is condensed sunlight. So what are you saying? So if you want to go be lack, go do that. It shows. It shows that you lack. So go build your family then. Because if you want to identify as a color, like if you want to spend the rest of your life identifying as a color, that you're not black unless you black like leather. And that, you know what I'm saying? Like melanated maybe.
We know that,
but are you black as leather? Like it's people like red bones and people that are high yellow talking about being black. It's a caste system. It's a color-coded caste system. So if you want to go black, all right, it shows.
You don't think we learning from that? You don't think we learning that black ain't what we want to claim?
Family's name.
But that's kind of what we stuck with. We stuck with black. We stuck with, the N-word. That's what describes us.
Well, there's people that claim freedmen. There's people that claim Moorish American. There's people that claim
They tie
African
themselves
American.
to
There's
that,
people
but
that
are
claim
they truly tied
American.
to that? Though? You don't want a false claim.
Are you?
It's not a
talking
false
about the
claim.
black
You have the right to call yourself an ice cream sandwich.
Hybrid, you think we're family? Do you think you're my cousin or something? Do you think you're my cousin?
I don't even know you.
You keep saying this we. Talk about
talking
you
about-
and your family.
We don't
there.
you. If you
Hold on,
ain't
one
the
second,
we
one
I
second,
said,
one
then we
second,
ain't talking
one
about you.
second. Hey, drop what type of ice cream sandwich you be in the comments. But go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead, Hybrid.
Only one ice cream sandwich. There's
Yeah, they got
others.
different flavors. Yes, there are others. Don't
I
ask
mean,
me what the other flavors are.
we only claim black because we understand that it's an issue with African American. When we hear the term African, we don't associate ourselves with that. So people will say, then what are you? We can only look around and say, shit, black. That's the only knowledge.
Look around and say that though, Hybrid.
Yourself. You trying to make these blanket terms. Sorry, Jasmine. Go ahead. Hold on, Jasmine was saying something. Hold on.
We were
Sorry, I
literally
interrupted you,
we were
Jasmine.
saying the same thing. You can only say that for yourself. And I don't understand respectfully how you get on a panel and seem to not have a lot of knowledge on the prompt while also making definitive answers. It just seems contradictory.
I'm talking about before we came of knowledge. Like we still out here trying to seek knowledge and figure out who we are as a people.
That's a very broad generalization.
So with a lack of knowledge, I would claim black because there's nothing else to claim until I do my research.
There you go.
You got some people out here saying Moor, I'm Moor, but are they really Moors? They claiming Moor because Moors were a so-called black people.
Where what the other peen is doing.
Right. That's what we're trying to
You
say.
worrying
It's
about
like
other
you have to
peens.
find out your identity. And if you don't know your identity, how in the world are you going to tell somebody else who they are or are not?
Exactly. But it all starts from,
I'm not telling
they
you who
asking
you are.
you
Did anybody else on this panel tell you? Did anybody else on this
something
panel
like
tell
that,
you who
and then
you are?
the only bubble that you can scribble in is African American, and we all had an
Did
issue with
anyone
that. Like,
else on this panel tell you who you are? Did anyone else on this panel tell you who you are? Is that what you took from the prompt?
What you mean? I don't get what
Did
you asking
anyone
me.
tell you who you
think
are?
I don't know who I am? I know who I am.
Congratulations.
And I don't
What
mind
was
claiming
that?
black.
That's fine.
Right. So you claim black. Next, we have new people. Deron, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, Georgie?
He's black,
What's up?
he lacks, he has nothing.
My
So move
co-son.
on.
What's up, co-son nigga?
What's up, my co-son brother?
But yeah, what's up, man?
What up, jamming everybody. I ain't, you know what I'm saying, Hybrid man, you know what I'm saying, shout out to all y'all. But do black Americans on the phone from, say, Blackfoot, Cherokee, Cree, some folks gonna say Seminole, it depends. So, hey, that's all I'm gonna say on that. But yeah, nah, most folks know better. And I know some folks that claim, and I know some folks that's Lumbee too, so.
But Cherokee is the more popular one. I didn't heard Blackfoot, but then I heard that ain't even a native tribe. I didn't heard Cherokee.
Tribes were their hybrid.
That's not the original name. Blackfoot not the original name. That's what the colonizers called them.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of them tribes that everybody claims, and myself too, so I mean, hey.
Evolve already, you know? It's like evolve. Like here we are, it's 2025. Okay, so evolve. All right, we know it's not Cherokee. We know it derived from Kituwa, Chalagi. We know the dialects have changed. It's what are we gonna do about it today?
But we didn't know all that in middle school. You know?
Like, do you only eat like once a week? Like, did you eat today?
Right.
Like, did you eat today? All right, or are you still surviving off of yesterday's meal?
So
like, what's going on with some of y'all? Like today is happening. Tomorrow is the future. Yesterday's the past. Today is the present. Honor it, cherish it. Y'all still living in some other landia. Now you said this is how you identify, and we are over here being very specific. You're applying these general broad statements. You don't know us. You're not even using your real name here. We're not even sure who we're talking to.
You know.
Huh? You said what now?
What did you say?
That's what the
You
girl
like
would say,
literally
or that's what
switching
they'll
identities
say.
in
That's
real
what people
time.
would say.
Who is
Like, damn, why
that?
she so pretty? Oh, because I mixed with Cherokee. She mixed with Cherokee.
I don't know. That's a comic view joke from 1992 Cedric the Entertainer. Nobody says that. Like,
Right.
where do y'all get y'all's experience with this community? Like, is this
Why you
comic
talking
view?
to
I remember that was a
why
comic
you
view
talking to
joke.
us like we already know the knowledge of where we come from?
You should. You didn't talk to your daddy. Your daddy didn't.
So my daddy's
Like
supposed to tell me that I'm
don't sit down with
Cherokee
you
or
and have
Indian or
conversation.
Native or something.
You don't sit down and have conversation with your elders. Like, you trying to apply this term,
everybody
like as if like because your family didn't do your genealogy, you're trying to apply that for us. So you can only really speak about you.
But it's
You can
like,
only speak
Fonzie,
about yourself.
You came onto
You know
the
what I'm saying?
live, right? Saying, why are we talking to you about something that you don't have previous knowledge on, while requesting to be on the panel to engage with a prompt that would somewhat require you to have extensive knowledge on that. And I know that's subjective.
No, I'm speaking from a time frame when there was a lack of knowledge.
Okay. Okay.
Grow up and move on. Okay.
So now that you have that knowledge, what do you do?
Before women could vote? You want to talk about? Let's talk about that. Like, what are you talking about?
Like, you keep saying you're speaking from a time frame when there was no knowledge, as if you were speaking from a place where you didn't have it, meaning or insinuating that you would have it now. So what is your understanding to this point now? Because it can't be. I'm sorry. Was I finished?
People still have that mind
So
frame.
much for allowing me to finish my point. Like I was saying, if you were suggesting that you were speaking from a time point or frame where you did not have this knowledge, that would mean that you have this knowledge now. That insinuates that you now carry this knowledge. So what is your understanding of this? Because you can not say that you did not previously know this while actively not knowing it. That would mean you just don't know it and you have not learned it up until this point.
I can think with the knowledge that I obtained that the black people in America, we can say that we're native to America, but I can't just start chopping up different tribes and saying that we come from here and we come from there. It's gonna take a lot of research and
I think you lack a sense of self. Because I don't know who you are. That's not even your name. Like I don't even know who you are, and you keep saying this we.
I'm happy you don't know who I am. You'll never know who I am.
Yeah, you have a fake fraud profile.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
you probably lurk for children. I don't know why y'all be wearing y'all little fake. That's like that name. Yeah, but that's your opinion.
Why do those terms
go? You need to go talk to your elders.
It only shows where your mind is.
This is a patriarchy. This is a patriarchy, and we know there's children on this app. This is a patriarchy.
You got your mind,
and you're uncivilized. And you're uncivilized.
You know shit. People
okay, look how he keep like he cannot. Ghetto. Lord, child, the ghetto.
Hey yo, what is going on?
You calling people out their names because you feel bad about yourself? That's crazy.
Too. The audience is also saying, the chat is also saying, don't speak for them. Like, it'd be better if you could like speak for you, but you just keep talking about what we was doing in 1992 because you taking some comic view jokes or some black exploitation film. I don't know what you're talking about.
It just seems like you lack self-awareness and
when I say we, it don't include you if you ain't part of it.
Speak for yourself. That's just an overgeneralization that does not
realize speak from like
not yours.
Like when people can't speak from I am that I am. Like you can't even speak from I. He's never said I. I feel like this whole broadcast he's never said I. Yeah, he's saying we
the entire time. What do
he can't say? He can't say I.
Is he selling Nintendos?
I don't talk like
this we talk.
Yeah, he has no sense of self. He like
I don't talk like you, man.
All right, guess
like
what? There's other people that want to come up. Thanks.
Nice. Hey, we got Ryan and we got Boho. I should have adjusted sister first. My bad, Boho. Then we got Ryan.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. You?
I'm good. I'm just got a little tail in of what you guys is talking about.
Oh, see it. What's up? Yeah, we just talking about the topic. Yeah, you can answer the question at hand.
Do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? Well,
okay.
I'm Black American, and I know I'm going on all these panels, waking people up. So listen, I'm just talking about my experience. So Virginia. Well, further, they go back to Massachusetts. And I was dating this guy years ago. And I was telling him I'm going back to Africa to find my roots. And he was like, listen, if your family been here ever since the 1700s or 1800s, you're not from Africa. And I'm saying, well, what are you talking about? And matter of fact, he was saying to me, he was like, how can somebody so smart like you be so ignorant? And he dumped me for that. Well, anyway, I've been on a journey. So I started tracing my roots. And come to find out, my family came here in the 1400s and the 1500s. They came here from the UK. And then they migrated to Massachusetts. And then from Massachusetts, they migrated to Connecticut. And then from Connecticut, they migrated to Virginia. You know, so those were people who came.
That's lovely. I'm so happy you found that.
Thank you.
You know?
And then look, I want to find a brother and say, listen, you were right. I don't want you anyway. But you know, he put a spark in me. Then my dad's side of the family, they are descendant. Now that side of the family, my mom's, they're not the descendants of slaves. Now my dad's side of the family, they are descendants of slaves because my great-great-grandmother was stolen from Yazoo, Mississippi. They had her as an Indian, they called her a wench on the paperwork. Wow. They said Indian wench from Yazoo, Mississippi. So they, you know, the slave master, whatever, got a hold of her and, you know, whatever, you know what they did. Then on that side of the family, but another side, they were Tuscarora. I don't know if I'm saying the word right.
Tuscarora?
Tuscarora, yes. How you say it again?
It's Tuscarora or Scororte.
Tuscarora.
Yeah, Tuscarora is like the anglicized version, but Scororte is how they actually say it.
Oh, okay. They were from North Carolina, and they were living up in the mountains, and then they came down because they couldn't harvest any food. They couldn't, you know, grow any food. So they came down, then they got captured and got into, you know, I don't know if we could say slavery or whatever like that. So that's what they were. So I just been finding this journey. And like I said, we knew some of it, but all of the paperwork is all on familysearch.org. Everything. So I just wanted to share that. I'm still excited about it.
That's amazing. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, because Yazoo is actually a tribe as well. Tap the screen, y'all, because at least 5 tribes. Yazoo, Mississippi. Yeah, Yazoo is a tribe in Mississippi. Also, you got the Choctaw there, the Cora, the Ofo, and the Quapaw.
I never even heard of too. Listen, I never even heard of Yazoo, Mississippi. I'm like, Yazoo. Then I said, oh my God, this is a real place. So it's just all mind-blowing to me. And then not only that, come to find out, my family have heirs. Well, we have heirs property in Virginia that people still living on. I don't want to go there and live, but we have heirs property in the UK. But someone said that I can't get a hold of that because I'm not a UK or a British citizen or whatever like that. So
wait now, hold on, because we never get to talk about this. And that's why I was really excited when you're talking about your UK. There's something called the peerage, and it's called Debrett, DEBRETT''S. Okay. And the peerage has all of the family's inheritance and the issues as of today. So that's how they kept track of, I don't know if anybody's ever seen Bridgerton, but when the Duke of Hastings, when his father passed, they're like, oh, you're now the Duke of Hastings. So he received his inheritance. That is the peerage. They basically say, this man, you know, he's passed on. So these are his issues. And this is what they're receiving. They're receiving this land, this title, furniture, gold, what have you. And so their ranks would improve. So you can still go into the peerage today. There's so many families that are unclaimed. But what they will do, they will go and find like the descendants. Okay. And so, but it's supposed to be split amongst the heirs. But we're the only people like not claiming that. So you can go back, like the Bretts is like over 250 years old at this point, but it's still maintained today. So I had I had a subscription. I would check my names, you know, the names that I know, just to kind of play around with it. But if you've been able to identify your family in England at these time periods, you should go and at least get a month worth of subscription and just play around with it. And they will show you the property, the inheritance, that it's like a lot of this stuff is unclaimed, but we just never really get to talk about that. So, I just wanted to bring
you want
that
to
up.
hear something real funny? Now, my James, they weren't aligning with the spiritual.
They were probably fighting
things.
for King James.
No, they were fighting with.
That's what I'm saying. Fighting for.
They were fighting with. So they said, "Get the hell out of here." So they got out of here.
There was the Jacobite rebellion. They were deporting them to the 13 original colonies. Some people, they were deporting them out of Liverpool, England. They had the ships. Because they could have unalived these people. They could have just off them.
But they couldn't, because they were high ranks in the
they were nobles.
World. Yeah, they were nobles. That's what it said.
Nobility.
Like, what? Yeah. And then I did another thing. So you know how we hear about the Salem witch trial? Those people were BLAC, because my great-great-grandmother was hung to death. I was like,
but see, they paint even our horror stories. Like, they envy us so much that they even want the terror that happened to us. They want to say that, you know what I'm saying? So that's my thing. It is wild, but they even claim our atrocities. They don't even want us to identify with our own plight that we've really resisted and overcome. So they even want to claim the atrocities that happened to us. So we don't even get to claim victory because they just saying that it didn't even happen to us.
Hey, Lala, can you put that in the chat? What you was talking about, the peerage?
And then it was something else that I'm getting into. It was the oh my goodness. I got the book. I got a book here. It was the not the Illuminati. What's the other word?
The Masons?
The Masons. My family, they were the founding members of the Masons. Yes. Yes. So I want to do some more research on that.
History, and that's probably what that brother was reading. Like, damn, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he could probably even read your energy. Like, you got a very deep history. But now the thing is, you were going off of a fairy tale story that was passed down orally, and then you said, okay, I'm about to go find out the truth, some tangible, real world paperwork evidence, because we have been so documented. We've been over documented. And then they telling us we ain't got no documents for you, but they've been spying on us.
No,
like, if you get into the John Mackey Secret Service files, they tell you what the nobility look like. They even said this man, Charles, the Duke of Lennox, he is black like his father, the king. The other son, the Duke of Richmond. They got
wait a minute. I think I seen that. Wait a minute. The Duke. Wait. That was in the UK, right?
Well, it says the one is called the Duke of Richmond. His brother was the Duke of Portsmouth. I think their mother was like of Norfolk or something like that. Like, she had a title. They got it says or something like that, like about the nobility. And they were literally spying on these people to see who was loyal to the king. And many of their descriptions, it said tall, full-figured man, short, but they would say things like they would talk about the ones where they're black, brown, ruddy, black, like his father, the King Charles. So you get into the Secret Service files. I noticed once I started talking about this, all of a sudden it's no longer on Google Books, but it was at one point on Google Books, so you can do like a search find and you could just see all the black ones. But there's other nobility books like of Scotland and things like that. But check it out, John Mackey, Secret Service files.
Okay, I'm gonna follow
family
you.
helped start Prince Hall or Scottish Rites.
I'm sorry, he talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Say it again. You said what?
Your family that started the masonry. Was it the Prince Hall branch or the Scottish Rites over here?
It said back in the UK, and it said Mason. I don't know what branch it was. I'm just tapping into this on Family Search, like digging in deep. I never did. All of this stuff is foreign to me. So I would love to have a conversation with somebody. We can just read these memos and wreckage, because this is like really new to me. And listen, I just wanted to go back to the 1700s, and then it took me all the way back to the 14 and the 13. So all of this is all new to me. I don't have nobody to talk to about this.
You know where you can go. you can go to a local HBCU college, and you could try to find some women called the Eastern Stars, and they could be able to help you with that research.
Okay. Now here's the thing. I'm hearing all kind of bad things about Eastern Stars, and then
they're the female version. They're the female version of the Masons.
Okay. Well, thank you guys.
No problem.
Thank you. Well, that's just pretty much it. I mean, I'm still researching. Like I said, it's on FamilySearch.org. It's free, which is mind blowing to me because FamilySearch.org is with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that have all of our records, and it's based out in Utah. So I'm just like, what in the world? Like, how do they get this information? Like, how do they store it? Like, what it was on some.
Blacks are cursed. Well, that's the doctrine that they would push at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, they, oppressed the people and took all their writings and, and compiled it and basically give it back to the people, but they'll alter it.
Okay. Okay.
Different place, that's all.
Y'all do know the cross the wars and build Eurasia, right? Who crossed the water?
With
Okay.
some more we did this. And that's why this message gets so confused. So, like, who is this we? Yeah, we crossed the waters and built Eurasia, taking credit for another man's work. Like, who built what? What they built? What they built? A castle? What they built? A bridge?
Also,
Be
I had a question
specific.
I had a question for the indigenous believers. What is your human creation?
It depends on it depends on the tribe. And no, I'm not telling you.
Who are you? Are you COINTELPRO? You don't even have your real name. What's your real name?
She talks about me.
Yeah, you didn't even see, what's this? Black eyes? Like, what is that?
Wow.
What are you doing? What do you got going on?
Why do I feel like you dislike
Who are
me?
you?
I didn't do anything.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? COINTELPRO?
Hello. My name.
COINTELPRO, is that you?
I just.
Who is that? Who are you? Where your mama name?
Hey,
Where you from? Are you even in the United States?
Origin story is.
What's your origin
Yes,
story? How your parents meet? What's your origin story?
Well,
how your parents
you
meet?
really want to know? Well,
Yeah.
I would love to. I'm so happy that you asked this question.
Yeah.
Well, my dad was getting off work. He was at the gas station. My mom was at the bus stop.
Really?
And he drove by. He saw.
He was so excited too.
Hey, yo, that's funny as hell. That's crazy. But yeah, like if you're an outsider, we not telling you all shit. If you're an outsider,
With no fake profile name, you ain't even wearing your given name, your family name. What's wrong with y'all? No
But
profile picture. Got the hieroglyphs. Ain't even been to the pyramids. No profile picture.
What up, David Osiris?
It's Darvid. Like
Darvid, my bad.
I was
man.
just joking, but all jokes aside, that was actually the story about my parents, how they met. That was actually a true story. But
Your
I'm
mom
not no
was at the bus stop
outsider.
and he helped her. That's so. Look at him being a provider.
He gave her a ride home. That's
that's so
the story,
sweet.
and the rest was history.
And they got it on the first bus ride home. And they got
Well, no,
and
he
then they
flew her
had
to
you that
Jamaica.
night. They just met and then
He
they
flew
had
her-
you that night.
Wow, not that night. No, he flew her to Jamaica and he came here, and then I was born.
Oh,
But
he took her
anyway,
on vacation.
Yeah, I'm kind of a wealthy person. That's kind of
So,
somewhat why I don't have my.
so is your dad
Anyway,
from Jamaica? Is that why you don't like us?
Yeah.
Is
Wait,
that what
what?
it is?
Who is us?
Is you don't like? You said the
Wait,
the
what?
indigenous believers. You said indigenous believers.
Because I don't know what certain people call themselves. Because believe it or not, it's a large.
Well, the prompt
community.
says Cherokee. We all claim
Just like
Cherokee.
every other community out here. It's a large community. Some people are like, we ain't indigenous, we this. I'm like, oh, okay, guys. It's so many different people believers. Like, you guys don't understand how big TikTok is.
All one group. Do you think you my cousin?
Anyway.
Are you my cousin? Do you think you're my cousin? You think we're all one
Why do you
group?
talk so fast with 50 questions? Can you
They
like
said
take
the
your time? I
Cherokee
feel
are
like you're
known for
not
talking
trying to.
fast. So am I talking
It's
fast or
like-
you just listening slow?
Oh, maybe. Like, I don't. I'm trying to actually
So like
have
Twisted, he from the Midwest.
intelligent
He talk
conversation.
fast. You know, like
my
E40
thing
talk
is this
fast.
though.
I
When
really
it
want to
comes
have a conversation, but
All right, 1 second. All right, go ahead. What?
I'm gonna let y'all talk, but I wanted to answer the question though. That's why I came up on board. But
Go ahead, answer the question.
Do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? Well, I ain't gonna lie. My granddaddy, he's from Haiti, and he's from Honduras. I'm the grandson of Dr. Sabi. By blood, I've been following your page for about like 4 months now. I've always wanted to get up on here. But yeah, we have a village in La Ceiba. You know, it's a couple of us out here in America. 3 of my grandparents are naturally from America, but one of my grandparents is from Haiti and Honduras, and that is Dr. Sabi himself. And when I've had my experience with in the 50 states of America. My other grandmother, she comes from Gary. She comes from Gary, Indiana. My other grandfather, he comes from California. Like, he's been in California his whole life. And but you know, it's just kind of crazy. You know, you're an American when your grandparents say that y'all are from, you know, you guys are Indian. You know what I'm saying? Claiming Indian. But I've also had the experience to where, you know, I do have Haitian and Honduran blood inside of me too. And I know how it feels on both sides. Like, I know how it feels to be, you know, a lot of islanders. You know what I'm saying? They kind of come in and have deptures to where their endeavors are kind of like more of a Mediterranean feeling compared to the 50 states, a bigger landmass. You know, 3 of my grandparents, they claimed the 50 states, but you know, my granddaddy, he's Dr. Sabi. He came to the 50 states because, you know, this is a bigger landmass for opportunity, and certain landmasses don't have the opportunity like that. And but yeah, I really like the subjects you throw around, man. It's really insightful, man. You really help a lot of Black Americans, especially for like ones. And really adoring it. Like, you really create dreams on here. You know, one thing I don't like is the claims that they have on Black Americans. I mean, the claims are so harsh on us. I mean, extremely harsh. I think the last 5 years, a lot of us been paying attention to the popularity or the stance that we have on African bloodlines. I know I don't have no African bloodlines in my category. And just like the woman that was on here, she sound like my cousin. like she sound like my cousin, like, for real. Like, you know, I know how a lot of our people in North America sound, look, react, and all of that. But there's a fundamental that we gotta do. But yeah, I love the subject. I love the subject for real. But I gotta go through the steps to prove what I am. I'm going through that too, and all of that. But I love exactly what you're doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you. For sure. All right, it's always nice here for people showing love. But yeah. Thank you. She said, "Thank you, Lord, save you." You got. What? Anybody else wants to come up? Feel free. Anybody else wants to come up? Feel free. The topic is: do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? I might spin tomorrow and put Blackfoot in the title. Black Americans only claim Blackfoot. I might have both in there.
It's a good one. I hear a lot of Blackfoot.
You ready for mine? Mine is actually more crazy. Check this one out. This one will blow you guys' minds. And this goes to Lila. My mother, right, and my father, even though my father is in Jamaica, was from Jamaica, they both come from Taino bloodline.
You just saw somebody on the bus stop, and then they just both happen to be Taino. Interesting.
That is the craziest part. And the age bracket is different. My dad's 83.
Where did this bus stop encounter happen? Where was it? Were they in Florida or something?
My dad is 83 years old, and my mom is 67. 67 now? Yeah, 67.
Meet. Where did your parents meet?
I am located in Maryland.
In Maryland? What you in the Southern Maryland?
The one that everybody's scared of, that place.
I'm from Baltimore, so.
Is this Baltimore? Everybody afraid of Baltimore?
Yeah. Fox News.
I'm out Westview. I'm out Westview right now, though. I'm out Westview.
Westview. I can hear it. I can hear it in your accent. I can hear the accent. Oh yeah, you are. I know where you at.
That's the craziest thing because I was I did their bloodline. My aunt had did everybody's bloodline and all that. And my great grandmother is actually named Lila, and so it was just really something when we found out on that one. And then I looked at my dad. It was just really creepy. I was like, "What?" And then I was like, "Are we related?" And I was like, "This is creepy." Yep.
Powerful name.
But yeah, Baltimore got a nice amount of Caribbean, so I believe it. Yeah.
The thing I will say though, the appreciation part is that I don't, my only troubles as a man, it just kind of deals with like the hate, the conversations that, America has literally blessed all my grandparents, like literally even blessed my grandfather, Dr. Savior, like this land right here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just noticed that foreigners that come here, like, for instance, like when I go to Honduras, right? When I go to Honduras, there's some things that my cousins from Honduras knows that I had to adapt to know. Like when it comes to like the ruins, the Mayan ruins, a lot of those people don't want Americans down there, especially people from the 50 states. They really want to keep people back. And by me being mixed, being like 80% American, about 20, 30% Honduran, you start noticing that when I started going down there, I started noticing that a lot of the people down there, they really we found Mayan heads by our village, literally, and they were taken by people who had way more, had a lot of money. They'll just kind of get like a dump truck, like a super dump truck or some type of conveyor, some kind of like some type of like technology. Like back in like 2001, we found a Mayan head. I was probably about 11 years old, and all of a sudden it's gone. Things of that nature. But the attitudes that are thrown, the curiosity that you may have, it just feels like it's extinct. But if you follow the Black people that's from Honduras, they'll let you know that there's an energy there when it comes to hate, and it comes to the actual factual information. If we had anything to do with the Mayan culture, and we know we do, I personally know we do. I personally know we do because you know you got something to do with energy when you feel separated. That's how I felt when I was a kid. I've always felt like we had something to do with the architecture all over the. We had something to do with the architecture in the 50 states, and also we had something to do with the architecture in South America. You know, that's just personally. And it's a vibration, it's a feeling, but it's gonna take, you know, your research and the divinity of you knowing what we did as people, especially with the Olmecs. I mean, you even see like a lot of our ancient toys. They got turbans. I mean, they have toys that's dating back like 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Toys from South America that has turbans on there. You know, and these toys have braids. These toys have nappy hair, and you know, some of the people from South America, their hair doesn't braid like that, doesn't wave out like that. The brim of their nose don't. It's not really like that. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, resonating with, you know, where you at plays a big role for Black Americans. Like the Black American needs to start resonating with the planet, like the ancestors used to do. You know, that's one of the most important things. I don't care from the pawpaw tree to the mounds to your nearest lake. All, you know, your ancestors went to war for you to stay here, because, you know, people come out here and literally try to tell us who we are. You know what I'm saying? I think that's really difficult. You know, that's really bad. I mean, even as a Black American going to South America, like, it's bad because you see how much hate people have. I don't think anybody has been genocided or have the most hate in the world like us, to be totally honest. You know, especially being from Baltimore, Dr. Sebi's first laboratory was in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah. So.
Yeah, 1983 is our first laboratory in the United States by Dr. Sebi. It was in Baltimore, Maryland.
That's nice. Yeah, we got a lot of hidden gems here. Just don't, y'all just can't move here. Y'all can visit, but y'all gotta leave. That's all my man. Baltimore's a nice city. A lot of gems, a lot of hidden gems here that you might not know. Just make sure you leave when you come here. What's up? What's up, Rodney? And story, come up here. Story. What doesn't have a benefit in 2025? Storytelling.
I don't know what he's talking about, because back to school, we get, the children get all kind of little rewards and benefits from Cherokee Nation. We've been able to find our land allotments, deeds. They send us our deeds once we got in. Cherokee Nation is always coming up with benefits. Every February, we get our heirloom crops just in time for planting season. Our heirloom crops are untainted, non-GMOs, and we're instructed not to cross hybridize our heirloom crops. So we got access to our seed banks. What other benefits do you need? I mean, it depends on, like, if you're applying for grants, business loans for being American Indian. Students that are going to school can go to school for free. Cherokee Nation offers a lot of benefits, especially if you live on the res. If you're off the res, it just depends on what your area is, what they're willing to do for a federally recognized tribe. California offers Cherokee Nation many benefits because the largest group of Cherokee outside of Oklahoma is in California. So if I wanted to go back and get my master's from a University of California at whatever school, I'd be able to have my tuition waived. So I'm not sure, like, and then we have a guaranteed home loan program. So if you ever default on your mortgage,
like when it comes to like our grandmothers,
I wasn't done.
My bad.
So if you ever should default on your home loan, you know, you wouldn't just lose your home. It would go back to Cherokee Nation, because they would back the loan. So there's so many benefits. It just depends on what you want and what you need. But resources are powerfully at hand here. And I think that's why most people are upset, because you worked your whole entire life to disinherit us. And here we are still thriving. in 2025 and beyond. And so, yeah.
Do you think that's why a lot of black people claim Cherokee? Do you think that's why a lot of black people claim Cherokee because of Cherokee Nation?
Cherokee Nation was adopted many groups when they disbanded. Y'all forget these were not every clan was 1,000+ people. Some groups were only 100. Maybe some tribes are spinning off. At some point, you have to spin off and create your own nation and family. It still happens. So the Cherokee Nation absorbed a lot of broken families and homes. Y'all forget, like, our people went through heinous atrocities and human rights violations. So I mean, a lot of digging and find out what that was. But, you know, thankfully the Cherokee, we were all able to unite. And y'all keep saying y'all want to be one. So if we want to all be one, united under Cherokee Nation, and, you know, maybe one day all the 5 tribes will come under Cherokee Nation because we're the only ones doing right by the freedmen. We're the only ones adhering to our treaties. And then we are slated to get a seat in Congress. That was part of the treaties as well. But you're never going to get that seat in Congress as long as you mistreat the freedmen. So they must do right by us. But the Cherokee Nation, like, no, we want that seat in Congress. Would they do right by your freedmen? So now Muskogee Nation is looking at us because we're the leader, we're the principal tribes. So everybody's looking at us and like watching all these funds and money and resources be unlocked because you're finally doing right by your treaty. So if you want the United States to adhere to the agreement, then you need to adhere to your own.
So you're mixed. So you're mixed, Leela. You're mixed. Like you're what is it called? Afro-Indigenous.
What's Afro? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what Afro is in terms of nationality.
Like, is your mother?
I don't have any documentation saying any of my people are Afro.
Okay, is your mother?
Can I say something?
Mother Native American? Is your mother or father Native American?
Are you a
I'm
Cherokee
American and American. I'm American and American. I'm pure. I'm a pure. He asked a question. I'm pure. Try that one. I'm pure.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Well, you should go look up the definition. I'm highly educated, so basically, it's a 4-letter word. You know what I'm saying? It's not too. It's not like an SAT word. You know, I'm pure.
All right, Freedman was going to ask.
Like, one thing about like Black Americans that, you know what I'm saying, me being a Black American is like, I understand that we're people that create the culture. A lot of people want to emulate and copy because, you know, my grandparents said we were Indian. 3 of my grandparents claimed we was Indian. It's just, you know.
Where your grandparents from?
What happened?
Where they from?
One of my grandparents, she's from Tennessee. My
grandparents. The same Uncle Leroy that be so violent.
Yeah,
like a super predator.
Look. First of all, Darvin, don't support that. You know, I mean, I never do.
You sassy. Hold on, you sassy as fuck. And you like being aggressive with women, nigga.
No, I don't like being aggressive.
You're very scary. I'm scared. Now I'm scared.
Y'all hear me?
See,
all right. She's doing. That's a Karen move. She's doing.
So what I'm gonna say is,
Black women can be afraid as well. Okay, I know you think we're all just rough and tough with our Afro puffs, but Black women have the right to be afraid and vulnerable. Okay, you're scary. You're scaring the women and children. There's children on this.
The problem we having right now. I just asked her, does she have a roll number? We're talking about cashing in on benefits because everyone wants to cash in on the past of people's pain. Okay, so I have a grandfather that is on the Wallace roll and can be traced back. But this is
congratulations.
I can hold on. No, because it's not congratulations. Because
you're so sassy.
I can show you. I can show you.
Hey, girl, hey. Hey, girl, hey.
I'll let you speak. Though.
I'm not on no. What is a roll?
Yeah.
What is a roll number? Like, I'm not on a roll. My ancestors on a roll, an Indian roll, the Dolls roll. I'm not on a roll. Real nigga roll call. What are you talking about?
Drop a turtle in the chat if you on the real nigga roll call. Drop a turtle in the chat.
Hear what my brother was about to say before he was rudely.
Yeah, it's just that 3 of my grandparents from America, and then my grandparents claim Indian. It's just that I just noticed that Black Americans, me being a Black American, because I am mixed, but I'm 20% Haitian, I'm 20% Honduran, because I have one grandparent's not from America. But I know we're privileged people. But when we work at Amazon, or when we rich, or even study the Indian or the Moorish culture, it's like a lot of us don't even save money and have land. You know, we have all this information there. I see that we can cash in credits. Like brother said, a lot of Black Americans, we got a lot of pain, a lot of women, a lot of our women, a lot of our men got a lot of pain because we supposed to be rich. It's just I think a lot of us, especially me as a man, like I'm praying every night trying to decide which lane I'm gonna take because I am saving money. I got land 15 minutes away from Mexico. I got land in Florida. I got land in Arizona. I'm about to get land in New Mexico.
15 minutes away from Mexico and Florida.
Little Sabi, rude. Little Sabi, hold on real quick. Friedman came up here and was like, "Does he have a wrong number?" Because then he wanted to use that to then assert his ancestral plight when he could have just came up here and said, "Hey, hello, OCO, Wado," and it just go into his family story. But you don't have to like challenge me. I'm good.
And I apologize.
I'm good. I'm all the way good. And I made sure all the women and the children and my uncles and my cousins, I made sure over 80 of them was good. We good. I do this out of the kindness of my heart because it seems like a lot of people are wanting to really learn the true narrative of what happened from somebody that has taken the time to enroll in the tribe. So I'm good over here, okay?
Well, I just left
you don't have to go and challenge and ask me for my social security number because I'm not giving it to you, scammers. Okay, I'm not giving you none of that. Okay,
but nobody asked.
I'm getting little weird text messages that you want my bank account number.
I just know that
you're not getting
I
just love to go to.
Yeah, so you could have just came up here and just talked about your family. You don't have to put my family down to assert
I'm not putting them down.
loser.
So I was trying to get to the point. I'm not calling you a loser. I was getting to the point.
But don't you asking me, do I have a roll number?
Because
I'm not on no roll.
Because I wanted to tell you.
I have a tribal ID card
this because
that I use with Cherokee Nation.
Yes, ma'am.
It's barely good anywhere outside of that.
I need to be learning from you. I need to be learning from you because our people got a lot of pain in 50 states. I got cousins. I even spent all my money to.
I know. I understand we're
traumatized.
traumatized. That's why I take time out of my schedule to do this. And that's why I support people like Darvit or anybody that has a sense of intelligence. And I can open up my own room too, and I do, and I have, and I will again.
So can I speak?
But you don't have to set trip on me.
I didn't try to do any of that. I apologize. I do want to speak something freely though. I've actually been going through roads and everything to help people find genealogy besides myself because that's a hobby of mine now. And everyone that's saying, I've gone back to Wallace Roads, I've gone back to roads before that to prove paper genocide of everything that people are saying because I want my own knowledge of the truth. I want the actual truth. I don't want what you're telling me. I don't want what she's telling me. I want to see what they put on paper that the people experienced. Because the simple fact being, okay, yeah, we got these plastic cards, these roll numbers. Gang, there was way more taken from us. Why would they give us 160 acres? Okay, per head. I can bring up every land lot right now I'm looking for. I done found this land, right? But like, why give us this if you didn't rightfully already, if we weren't POWs? If we weren't already picked up while you were walking this trail, because I can't trace nothing back on this Wallace roll, but this man he had already been established in the world. Let's talk about that. That's what I wanted to get at. I'm not putting your family members down because what if they never even put them on paper and just said, all right, no, just gonna go ahead and put them on whatever we're gonna do, because that was really the case of it. That's the problem right now, what we going through. Okay, but
men expect other men to step up and quit being crybabies and step up and get what you need for your family.
Exactly. Everybody wants to.
What the hell y'all talking about? But Kai, where you coming from? Where you coming from? You call somebody a crybaby. Yo, people don't want crying on the news with tiki torches and khakis right now. Calm down.
I'm here to learn.
Teach my child to sit there and wait on somebody to handle something.
But you're doing it right now with your tiki torches on Fox News.
Tiki torches.
I mean, what should go on is what's the first thing we do if we do have a grandparent from the red, white, and blue that has Indian blood? That's the main role. Because me as a man,
the first thing you do is, and the first thing you should do is go find someone that is actually took the steps to find genealogy the way they want you to prove it. You hear what I mean by the way they want you to prove it?
Yeah, we know what you mean. You mean white people. Gotcha.
No.
Because you're racist.
Dog, you got to get that rage under control, yo. You out there on tiki torches and khakis with polo shirts, marching through Kansas.
Leela, I thought you were a white tea advocate.
I don't do white tea trash. Only traitor status.
Rich white people.
Okay.
type of racial
Yeah, only
hate
wealthy.
back then.
And I don't care what race you are, as long as you're wealthy.
So you see where
Shut
she
up.
coming from.
Don't worry
He ain't
about it.
having
How about
no
don't worry
money.
about it, or go find me one. Shut up.
All right. So like with
I don't need no help.
first thing, if you want to find genealogy, you need to ask someone to actually place it the way they want you to. The Wallace role, most people don't know, is authentic. It's an authentic freedman / colored person / mixed. It's the way they put it is it's the first people that they considered mixed in the United States that they considered free. And it was a role that was considered, I don't know his first name, but his last name is Wallace. I'm never gonna tell you no bullshit. Look it up. So the Doss Rolls is Henry Doss, but Wallace was a dude that he sent out in the fields by himself to conduct his own research. And he only gave information about people that he considered free. Okay, well, prime example. So I can give you Sam Landrum. There's a couple people that I'm looking on his stuff that he actually interviewed that he said, well, this is an American Indian, but he's just mixed raced. Like you can go look at his reports. Like he's one of the most like cut dry people that you can just go read his field notes. Because that's where I'm at in history. I'm going back reading the field notes of the operatives that they sent out there to the reservations by themselves, unsupervised.
Isn't that something, Friedman? That this whole time they've been telling us we don't have this information and there's notes and it's archived.
It's field notes, and they think stupidity because people won't read books like
and
me
it's
and you.
historical context. And then you can go over and see what was happening in DC at the time. You can go see what's happening in the area at the same
And
time.
they wasn't doing shit, but they wasn't doing shit.
But arguing and fighting with us.
Leela, do you even date black men?
You know what is so crazy?
You want to take me on a date?
I'm asking.
You want to take me on a date?
I just want to ask because you said
Atlanta. I think I'm gonna find my husband while I'm here. But why you want to take me on a date? I think I'm gonna find my husband this week. I'm in Atlanta.
Because you listen to Jesse Lee Peterson. That's why I was asking. Like you just
Jesse Lee Peterson.
You were talking about. You were saying some quotes that he usually say.
What does he be saying? He's be who is he? He's speaking the truth.
Black men and all this stuff. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Is that your daddy? Who that is?
No, that's who Leela's don't play. Come on,
Don't know who these people are. I'm on a different echelon.
But do you date black
men? You bringing
men,
up these names and expecting who they are. I don't. Why did the Friedman guy
He's a conservative.
Well, I don't know.
No, I'm asking. Do you take black?
I'm an energy conservationist. I don't know what that means. But where did the Friedman guy go?
Oh, she running from the question, y'all.
If you want to take me on the
Atlanta,
in the DMs.
If you in Atlanta,
hey, Uncle Leroy, why don't you go on her DMs? This is not the topic.
I can't.
That's what she's saying. Okay, so I was trying to get to the subject, and
go ahead.
I'm gonna say.
What's our receipt?
Bring some receipts. Bring some receipts.
He was saying what the guy was saying, he was bringing up the Wallace rolls, which is very interesting. I would love to learn, but we could do more on that. But there's also the Baker rolls, there's the Dunn rolls, and I also want to tell some people, you might see your ancestor on one roll, Indian by blood, and then the next time you see them on a Dawes roll, Freedman. You get what I'm saying? Like, come on, think about that.
Let's talk about
you
trade.
own this roll as Indian by blood. And now you are considered a freeman 20, 30 years later. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can understand why some people think it could be another trick in terms of registering with the tribes. I feel y'all on that. But there's also strength in numbers, so I encourage that. But that's I have a lot of people who have seen that in their family.
Yeah, but you're Leroy could actually answer that question since his ancestors were the ones responsible for that. Leroy could be able to answer that question since his people was responsible for that. Go ahead, Leroy.
Leroy, your folks made the doctors.
Rounding Indian up. What your ancestors doing?
Y'all enslaved black people.
Wait a minute. So you was a part of the 5 civilized tribes?
No, I wasn't a part of the 5 civilized.
Oh, what you just say?
Y'all are. If y'all
no,
Cherokee,
I'm not. No.
You owe us reparations.
Sir, stop. I don't owe you shit. I'm not a part of the 5 civilized tribes.
So Elizabeth Warren is Cherokee. He thinks the Oriental Scottish are the Cherokee. And so we already discussed this, and I'll explain it again. But the thing is, why don't we ever talk about the Negro slave owners? That George Washington Carver denoted in the 1920s, and he was doing research on 100 years prior. Come to find out, more than 3,777 Negroes owned slaves, mainly in Louisiana, across 24 states. Now think about it, most of those states were free states.
They were Creole.
By the 1840s, this number more than doubled, and there was only 26 states at the time. So we're not even talking about the vastness of this, what this
Creole
country
mixed
was.
blood people in Louisiana.
So why, no, and we have their names, and we counted it, we did on one of my broadcasts live, and the state with the most Negro slave owners was Louisiana. Georgia, very small amount, maybe 3 or 4. But George Washington Carver was really
because they were
surprised
Creole,
by
they were
this.
mixed blood.
So he was really surprised by this. It was very shocking for him to learn this. And so he went and did research, and he found the counties they were in. He told you how many they owned. He even had the names and the ages of said. So if y'all want to really understand your ancestors, some of y'all gonna have to look in the Negro slave documentation that thankfully this brother did.
Yeah, and that really was the document when most of the men had enlisted into the military or the army, because they labeled them as being enslaved.
No, they didn't.
And I want to be clear. And I want to be clear about this. A lot of people say they were buying their family. No, actually, they were using the plantations as brothels. They would find a woman. They would take her and promise her marriage, but they would test her out for a few years. If she wouldn't submit, they would then sell her back into bondage. Also, the going rate at this time was about $750, which today's inflation would be about $25,000. Also, if she had children, he would then be able to make a profit, because now he's selling her with 2 other children that they could put into bondage. Or, for example, if she had 2 children. So yeah, they were actually making a profit buying women. These were the free Negro men buying these women and putting them in but remember, he had to find the one he liked first. So they was bouncing around the plantations like it was brothels.
Lila, that's not true.
The Bunny Ranch.
That's not
it's
true.
actually true, and yeah, it's all documented. And again, it was very surprising. So whenever they said, "Oh, he was a benevolent slave owner," they were talking about the Negro slave owners. The Negro slave owners were considered to be more benevolent, friendly, not as harsh as some of the white tea slave owners. But absolutely.
Because they were their people, the same people. And there's
no excuse for slavery. You're disgusting. Next, who wants to come up? Do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? So, that's a claim that some people are making, I suppose, on the internet. We would love to hear your thoughts if you'd like to come up. There's no excuse for holding someone in bondage. There's never excuse. You can gaslight it. You can sugarcoat it. It's wrong. It's wrong. Trafficking, selling people in and out of bondage, putting them on probation. Because at first what they was doing is they'll take the woman out of bondage, they'll marry her, and then she'd be like, "I'm free now," and she out. And so I guess the brothers were started talking and conversing amongst one another, and they came to the conclusion that maybe they should put these women on some type of probationary period, and if it didn't work out, then he would sell her right back into bondage. You the same ninja. You're the same ninja today that you was the same ninja 100 and 250 years ago. So it was our people that did this research. It must have had to have been shocking. But we have their names listed. It's very well, all this stuff, like we're just not making these claims. We know their names, and these people were not their family members. We got first and last name for a lot of them. So no, you needed laborers. You wanted to profit off of the backs of others. That's capitalism. So are you saying there were no Black capitalists? Especially, and it was very telling because the Negroes in Louisiana, a lot of them were extremely wealthy. And so maybe you don't know enough about Black Europeans. Maybe you need to do a little bit more research. There's no excuse for ever holding someone in bondage and then selling them in and out of bondage. And then if they had children, he would make even more money because now he's selling her with young laborers. Yep, y'all go do the research. Guess what? I did the research, and it's time for you to go do. I will not labor for you. But I just told you the work of George Washington Carver, and he was today they call his journal, it's the African American Journal, but it was the Negro Journal, and he had it was like a magazine that came out quarterly. And he did this work in 1920, 100 years prior, 1820 to 1830. And he said there was over 3,777 Negro slave owners at the time. And he said that number more than doubled by the 1840s. By the 1850s, they lost count. By the 1860s, it's Emancipation Proclamation. You do the math. The United States didn't become a thing until 1776. So you do the math. From 1776 to 1863, 1865. Across 24 states. Half of those states were free. Across 26 states, half of those states were free. Not all of these were slave states. So that was a large population when you think about it. But the thing is, thankfully, we have their names. So if y'all want to know a little bit more about what happened to your ancestors, you should probably look at this document. It's on my other page. I literally was scrolling from the first page to the last page. It's on my account, Lady Lila Brown. And I was scrolling and doing a screen share. And then I did the TikTok green screen and I just talked. And I was like, damn, look how long this list is going. It was like a 3-minute video. I was just scrolling.
Hey, what's up, Davita?
Just scrolling. These people had names and they had their agent. We also have the counties. So we're very specific here. We've already done the work. It's time for you to go do the work. Meech, welcome to the stage. How are you enjoying the conversation? And feel free to answer the prompt.
I have 2 just short answers. The one is in regards to what you were talking about. You were saying that you have to go deeper and like you'll find there are like different groups, but there was also a very ignored high number of JW slave owners and ship owners as well. But as far as the prompt, I did one of the DNA, like the 23andMe, like the DNA things, and I'm literally Cherokee on both sides of my family.
You got Cherokee DNA? You got...
It's the 23andMe. I can get it from my whatchamacallit. I can get it from my dad.
A Cherokee princess. What was her? What?
Whatchamacallit. I can get.
What was her name?
I need it from him. Him and my brother did it as well.
You said it.
But he's the one who has.
So who's this Cherokee princess?
The results and the screenshots and shit.
Was she stolen?
I wouldn't imagine so, being that she's Cherokee.
Who's this Cherokee princess? Like what?
I don't have all the research that he's gone to, but I could get it. It's not like a.
Hey, who are you now? What's going on? Oh, I'm going to put the name of it's called Free Negro Owners of Slaves in the United States in 1830. The list is all there. It's in the book. It's a foreword. And correction on the name with these men with 3 names, Carter G. Woodson. So please excuse me for that. And I'm putting it in the chat right now. So Meech, what you on now? You said your grandmother was a Cherokee princess?
That's something that my dad said of the research that he was doing. After we did DNA tests. I don't know. He's the one who was talking about that, but as far as the DNA test itself.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. So can you like talk to your dad and say, hey dad, can you provide some documentation?
No, he rabbit holed. I don't know how or what that is. Like that's what he was saying. I don't know it myself to claim it as truth or anything of that nature. That is what he told me. But what I do know is the DNA test came back Cherokee, like Native Indian.
And you're
like that is like
that's not proof genealogy,
like
brother. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Are you aware that DNA tests are inconclusive and that they're 0.0001% accuracy in any of those tests, and that has been confirmed by the people that run the corporation? in itself. That is for entertainment purposes only. It's even on their website that those tests are for entertainment purposes only. The only thing they can trace are your immediate family members that have also tested it, and you can find those people in your bloodline that are current. So I wouldn't put too much authority into those DNA tests. So more than likely, it's false. The information that was given to your dad.
Like
Do you have any family that
still,
lives in Oklahoma?
Huh?
Do you have any family that lives in Oklahoma, Tennessee? Like, where your family from?
My family, like when they're from, my family hasn't been here for too many generations. Like that, well, half of my family hasn't, but my mom's side, we have family in mostly Pennsylvania, and then a little bit of family in Atlanta. That's about it, though.
Pennsylvania and Atlanta. What's up, ladylike? Yeah, tap the screen, y'all. Let's get to 50,000 likes. Oh yeah, y'all doing better with the likes.
Eminem.
Which color?
Sound like you don't sound. I don't hear the melanin. I think a lot of the people in the chat are saying that you're not. You sound melanin deficient.
Yeah, he's using a fake picture.
Wait, what?
That's what I'm looking at.
Him in the picture. He's a white T boy on the right.
I'm the guy on the right.
Oh.
He's
Melanated person.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm a white person.
Click on. I had to click on his picture to see.
Okay, thanks. Because I so was confused. I'm looking at the picture like, why is he using this fake picture? But okay.
Throwing up gang.
That's me and my friend.
A lot of your people that believe that they are Cherokee, a lot of your people are embarrassed by their colonial violent ways. And so in order to indemnify themselves and to hide that because you should be embarrassed. I mean, like, come on, like that was devastating what you did to those people. And a lot of them don't want to claim that. That's why they also want to remove CRT. They're really embarrassed about their colonial and violent past because they've always painted our people as criminals and come to find out the historical thugs are really, your ancestry. That's trying to bury what y'all did. But if you took the time to do some independent research, you'll find out that your ancestors are.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, Tara?
Yeah, to answer tonight's prompt, do Black Americans only? I don't believe so. I've heard a lot of people mention tribes outside of Cherokee, but initially Black Americans do descend from the quote-unquote 5 civilized tribes because they owned a lot of chattel slaves. And I don't know why people think they can use that as a talking point to deny Black Americans descending from those groups. But you have groups such as the Nottoway, the Cherokee, Nottawa. You got the Powhatan, Pamunkey. I've heard people say that they descend from Saponi, Shinnecock. They say Blackfoot a lot. I've heard people say Yamasee. I've heard people identify with things like Chapachula or Tafunta or Chata descended people, even Ouachita, Apache or Comanche or any of these groups from different parts of the United States that's particularly dealing with the Southeast, the middle portion of the United States, such as the Ohio and Mississippi area where some Plains natives are, because we did intermingle with these groups during like removal and the westward expansion, and also people up in the eastern woodlands in Canada area, because we also descend from these people on the eastern woodland side, but I haven't heard much of people saying like tribes that were described as Black out there in the Southwest California, West Coast region, because they were described as Negroes as well by Spanish explorers. You also got a lot of Black Americans that descend from us Muskogee peoples or Seminole peoples that migrated into Texas that don't look like us now because they intermix with the mestizo population or the Mongol style Native Americans there and became, bleached out. So it's that whole entire dynamic, but people using this, y'all can't claim Cherokee because everybody typically claims it. That's a fallacy because we do have them in our bloodline. It's just that the Cherokee Nation doesn't want to admit they're Black members. And many of them have denialism and use that.
What'd you say?
Hold
on. What'd you say about the Cherokee? You said they don't want to do what now?
I'm talking about the Fed recognized Cherokee.
You said the Cherokee don't want to accept, but we just got like 80 family members in. What'd you just say? What false?
I said that I'm talking about the Mongol style people that's Fed recognized.
I don't know what you're talking about with the Cherokee though. Maybe talk about another tribe, but the Cherokee is the only one.
I'm talking about the Cherokee band that's in Oklahoma and the Kitawa.
Yeah. I'm talking about we just got like 80 family members in, probably at 100. My sister got a big mouth, so we're all in, no problem. Like once I broke through, all my family members got to do now is just say who their family member is, put our numbers down. One application they've done. They don't even have to send in no birth records anymore. I did all the labor. I did all the elbow grease. So I don't know what you're talking about on that one.
You do know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
the one doing right by the freedmen.
Europeans and these Mongol style natives that do not accept their Negro members.
I'm in. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you're in, but for the mass,
and a lot of other people are getting in too.
People that's in mass outside of the
res. So maybe talk about the Choctaw, but not the Cherokee. Don't lie to the people.
I'm not lying, bro. It's
you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
And
actually, President Chuck Hoskin actually in Tulsa during Black History Month told the truth or what he thinks is the truth about that. So maybe talk about another tribe.
That's recent, but I'm talking about historic.
Today years old. Yeah, today.
We got Tristan.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. All the fairy tale landia stuff, that stuff is over with. We talking about actual factual. We talking about genealogical record. We talking about
I came
tangible
back,
results.
I meant to say one thing, sister. If you got a way where you can get a lot of us Black Americans, I know you said your sister got a big mouth, but a lot of us got to have a big mouth with your sister because it's like
she got a big mouth within our family. Like soon as we got this stuff done, like she's like the glue. So she's the one, because I don't care. I wouldn't have done none of that. But she was the one that was like, hey, we doing this. And so she just basically for them, it was easy, one and done. But what were you saying?
Like, that's a good thing. Just because I don't want to waste all my money. Like literally, I'm buying all this land in America and I'm studying Ram Earth. I'm studying Hemp Creek right now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the Hispanic people are showing me how to build homes right now. I don't see no Black Americans. I went ahead and just went online. I was like, man, let me see how to build this Hemp Creek home. And I found out there's a group of white people that show this type of stuff in Arizona and Texas. And when
my family built homes in Detroit.
maybe you want to like hit me in the DM on that one. But I just wanted to interrupt Tyron there because I don't want these people to be misinformed. I do want y'all, if y'all find y'all ancestors on these dolls rolls, I do encourage y'all to go for it. And I think there's strength in numbers. And I think why let them infiltrate and let them do like what we say goes. We've always won our cases. That's why our ancestors were fighting the civil rights movement. Everything from, we've always been a part of this nation. So to just let some newcomers come over, I don't like that. But also, I'm just not going to let somebody just like spread misinformation when people are seriously trying to learn. And to say something like that is so discouraging when people people want that option. So if they can register, I encourage you to. If you want to, if you think that's something you might want to do, and I encourage, especially for people with families.
I'm just trying to live like how we used to live back in
I was talking about Tyron, though.
Yeah, 1 second. I wanted to say something. I was going to say, I got cousins that build homes in Detroit.
I'm a lot.
I thought you were from Virginia. I'm from Detroit. I thought you were from Virginia.
My family, like you, I said my cousins are from Detroit. Like, can you hear? I'm not from Virginia either. Why you want to know my cousins' last names?
Because I was trying to acknowledge your native ancestry because you you from Maryland. My bad. You from Maryland.
I ain't from Virginia either. My cousin, I got family from Detroit. My homie know how to build houses and work on houses in North Carolina. All right, yeah.
Oil. I'm not about to live in Oklahoma. Okay, I live in LA. I just want the oil that's under the land. Thank you. If somebody got an oil rig, that's all I want.
Well, the oil, the natives were fighting against like oil pipelines and all that stuff, especially in North Dakota, because it was destroying the land and they were bringing it through
I just want the money.
Land.
I just want the money. That's
why we had Ohio. Ohio was our state to produce rubber and oil. That was our state. Ohio took over the rubber and oil. We Black American women and men, we was the ones that put oil in the car. I'm trying to get back to that. We was rich as hell. Like we was so rich. I'm trying to get back to that.
Yeah, but it's
you know why we was rich? Because they had the land and the land patents and they owned the mineral rights. So this is what I'm saying. That's why they were rich. And hi, how y'all doing? Good evening. I wanted to answer the question. Do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? Well, I don't want to say only claim Cherokee, but I'm going to tell you, when my grandmother told me that her father was full Cherokee and I did the research, I did find her grandmother on the Dawes rolls as full by blood, right? And then on my mom's father's side is all Tennessee Moy-Toy Cherokee, who, by the way, did not walk the Trail of Tears because I got that information years ago. They actually procured 5 flat boats to take their whole family across the river from Tennessee to Arkansas, where they waited for permission to go into Oklahoma, which is Indian territory, right? And then they they wind up being, and see, this is the thing that always boggled my mind. If this is a whole chiefdom line that I traced from Tennessee, Chota, like these are treaty signatories of my ancestors, right? So if they treaty signatories from Tellico and Chota, not New Chota, I'm talking about Chota, right? And they traveled over there and waited in Fort Smith, Arkansas, before they can get permission to go into Indian territory. Like Mr. Waltho, the elder in Oklahoma, always tell us, Oklahoma is like a prison state. So you couldn't just go into Indian territory without permission. So then I see them go from chiefdom line, from Tennessee, the flatboats over to Arkansas and to Oklahoma, and they're classified as freedmen. There's no African in their blood. So it must have been because of the color of their skin when they got to Oklahoma. They just misclassified them as freedmen, right? They weren't enslaved. I followed and traced their whole bloodline from Tennessee to Arkansas to Oklahoma.
So Davida, they have people. they had people that were literally hunting. Anybody with melanin could be enslaved. It didn't matter what your past was. It didn't matter where you came from. They would make up something. So after the Emancipation Proclamation, that's a manumission. That's just saying you can't continue to enslave these people on the basis of skin color. Like if they're in prison or whatever, like it was under the condition of they committed some
but
crime
they
and
weren't
punishment.
in prison. See, this is the thing. See, no, this is how, like the elder Mr. Walker, who lives in Oklahoma, tells us, especially back then. And when I showed him how I traced them from Tennessee to Arkansas, because, you know, when they ceded their land in Tennessee, they used their money instead of walking to get the boats, right? That's how they traveled. They wasn't walking. They traveled across the river on the boats. And that's how they went to Arkansas, then Tennessee. Then Oklahoma. But yeah, their whole chiefdom line. And my point is that they weren't enslaved. They weren't African or mixed bloodline. So when they got there, they was misclassified as freedmen just because of the color of their skin. That was my point. They weren't enslaved. They weren't prison. But Mr. Walthall did say Oklahoma back then, especially back then, was a prison.
Concentrated camp.
Yes,
These
he
like
called it a
concentrated
prison.
people.
Yeah.
You can't trust this, the United States government. And we see what happened. I mean, eventually it all like Tulsa. And there was other things that were happening around Oklahoma, but it was supposed to be an area. The thing is, they always just want, they can't get rid of us. It's way too many of us.
Why
They're
they
always
did
trying to
that with
concentrate on
Tulsa?
it.
They was jealous, Lila.
Yeah.
Because all the businesses that were owned in Greenwood, and that came from the Cherokees and the Creeks from the Trail of Tears, right? And they had oil under that land. See, they thought they was giving them the worst parts of the land in Oklahoma where they couldn't grow anything. And come find out, they gave them land that had minerals up under it. You know what I'm saying? So it was about oil. It was about the resources and the land. That's what it was about.
Yes, and the first or the youngest, what's her name? Sarah Rector was the youngest and the first millionaire because she had the land from her father and it had all that oil under it. And then they put her under conservatorship. That's what they did. This is how they took the lands from them. Once they found out they had the oil on the land, they would go on the lands and start working them. And then they would put the families under these conservatorships and then being the trustee or the trust, putting the land in trust and being the trustee as a conservator. This is how they took the land from them. It was over 400 families, indigenous families, that had oil fields in their land during that time.
That's facts. It was all about the land and the resources up under the land.
But one of the things I'll be getting at is just like when I think about my grandparents like claiming Indian, I know it has to be on record. I think everybody has the opportunity to think like that. I think every Black American woman and man should just know that it's on record that our grandparents on record was an Indian. But like some of the nights that be going by, I be thinking to myself like for like the last 5 years with topics like this, with Osiris, like the Cherokee topics, the topics in between the African, or even because I grew up in California and I grew up in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? And I grew up about 15 minutes from Atlanta. I grew up in Fayette County, and I grew up in San Bernardino, California. And one thing that I know is that it's like there be some times when people get in office in the United States, like Trump, like, you know, that kind of admit that, you know, I'm used to being close to the border. I'm used to foreigners crossing over, damn near committing a crime, going back over the border and crossing back over. I even, you know, like I said, like I got family from Honduras that tries to cross over that border. You know what I'm saying? And I know just by me.
We talking about do Black Americans only claim Cherokee?
I'm getting that claim for the title of being, you know, an Indian. You know what I'm saying? We got to use that title and be able just to not just have a grandparent, because I just feel like a lot of us, we just kind of like say we know that our grandparents are Indian, but what are we really doing about it? Like
that's the problem right there. Everybody wants the title, but ain't no what is it? Are you gonna learn where you came from, the history, the genealogy, the people that you came from?
I'm trying to figure out why you attacking him.
No, I'm not attacking.
Can he tell his truth?
No, his truth is always entitled, and I'm always gonna listen. This is my brother, just like you, my sister. I'm just gonna put it to you as raw as someone's gonna bring it to you that's gonna bring you conflict, because I'm gonna see it as it is. See, it's the title. Like that's the problem.
I didn't elect to go to your church, and I'm not asking you to be my savior.
But
so my thing is, he was talking. He was talking. Okay,
I'm cool. Like I'm a male.
You just want to blend your plain mode because he can't. He owns something. Like he really wants us to like kind of unite about what he's talking about. And you have every right to say what you say. And it is. We were talking. Davida was talking about the migration. She talked about what happened when the people got to the land, the classification. So that it is relevant. Maybe some people are having a hard time with the correlation. But he was talking. I don't understand.
That's what I want.
And you just rejoined the discussion.
I'm just saying for like the Black Americans. I know how to speak for the Black Americans. For some of us that just haven't done the genealogy, but have the funding, have the legacy that needs to learn. Because I want to pay homage to my grandparents that were Indian, and I just don't want to be getting jobs or starting business, saving money, because I felt like just being a Black American from California, like I've seen people get hit, not being able to have a grandparent that even has the opportunity, with these discussions, especially with the Africans, having these discussions, learning that we actually have Indian, United States blood. Like that's very, very important. I just kind of feel like that's a very royal type of thing. And I wouldn't waste it. Like that's why I'm here. That's why I'm on Brothers panel. I think it's one of the most powerful
apologize
panels.
as a man for attacking you, though. If that's really as I came at to you, bro. Like as a man in America, I don't give a fuck what nobody says to me because I cry when I want to. I express myself when I want to. I do apologize if I did come at you like that.
No, it's all good. I'm from California and Georgia.
No,
definitely.
But I do want to express myself to you though, like that you are in this place that you can express yourself, like that. Me, the way I'm expressing myself, it's a mixture of Oklahoma and Chicago, gang. So I'm telling you.
My grandmother, she from Indiana. She lived off of Chicago Road in Indiana, man. That's damn near Gary, Indiana. You know what I'm saying?
So it's just like real direct from people that come from that. It's just they expressing themselves.
Yeah.
But, my apologies. Continue, brother. My
Come over, Sebi. Can we let Freeman? I want to make sure he can get his full thought out too. That way, I really want to understand what he's getting at, and I may have interrupted him as well. So, Freeman, welcome back to conversation. I don't know what happened earlier, but welcome back.
So, what I want to get to is it's the American Indian and all of this. Obviously, there is different types of people. So let's go back to the migration of the original people that they say all of these tribes come from, because that's where I'm at. I want to know do you guys have any actual factual knowledge of that?
The time frame that you're looking into, some dates, decades.
Hold on. I gotta actually look it up. So I was looking at this earlier.
I mean, I'm so glad people can go so far back, but really, I don't know. Maybe we just need a legal expert at some point, because this stuff is serious. Like, now what? So the best I could give, the sister that came up, I said, how about we look into the peerage?
What's up,
if y'all been able to identify your family from England, maybe we should be looking at some of the estates and the institutions that still have these things on records, all this unclaimed inheritance. Look into the peerage. So for me, it's just how far do you want to go back? Or are you comfortable with saying, okay, I went back a few hundred years and I'm good. But once again, here goes the brother. I guess he's going to go get some more information. But like I said, see, when I give him a space, I
think he gone, Lila. I think he gone.
I want to give him space, and I'm trying to what is your point? Because I want to get his full thought out.
I think he just need help with genealogy. It sound like, to me, it sounded like he was trying to get some help with genealogy. He wanna learn. That's what I heard. You know, it did sound like he wanted.
The way he was coming in was very assertive, and I'm like,
what are you trying to say?
And I want to
Right.
argument.
I feel you. I think he just don't know enough, but he's trying to figure out. Like, I think he just was trying to ask some genealogical questions. You know what I'm saying?
He'll come back on and off the panel.
Right. He might have went to go get some information, hopefully.
Like I haven't even been like a reservation, like a black American reservation on my kids. Like I haven't even been to that. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's something that when I think about all the copying, all the Indian titles that we have, even having like an Indian grandparent, I think there's a reason why I haven't been there. It's because of genocide and entertainment against our people, full-fledgedly. So that's why these panels like this is so important, because it's like I mean, I know the reason why I'm buying land. I know the reason why I'm being taught by Hispanic people how to build homes. It's not because, and plus I'm in the West Coast too. I'm on the other side of Mississippi. So, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's a, you know, I thank God for my grandparents being from the red, white, and blue. But especially my grandmother, that was a Blackfoot. But I need to do my genealogy because I just don't want to be another Black American that's just hopping on panels and just hearing it and just loving it, going to sleep at night. Oh, damn, that's amazing as hell too. But it's not good enough for me. It's definitely not good enough for me. You know, but I applaud this because this helps me out for what I'm trying to do in 2026, 2027. But I need to really do my genealogy, like for real. Because if I had y'all knowledge, I'll be damn near every Black American neighborhood in the red, white, and blue right now. If I really had that.
Right.
Speaking, telling our people.
Hell no, you can do it easier. I can do it laying on my couch, speaking to 62 people.
Yeah.
Leave them people alone. You don't need to be walking up on people's houses.
Nah, I ain't
Jehovah's
Jehovah Witness.
Knocking on the goddamn door. Hello, did you?
Lord and Savior. I'm just playing with you.
Nah, I ain't Jehovah Witnessing. I ain't
Witness for being American.
About to be posted like the Israelite. Read.
Hell no. On your bicycle with your backpack. Nah.
Screaming it. What's up, Kai?
Media.
Let me give you a mod, Kai. What's up?
Nah, I ain't trying to Jehovah Witness, but it's millions of us. I only one that fought. I know my grandparent wasn't the only one that had these claims, you know. But you know, this is a very powerful platform. I've been looking at this platform for like 4 months now, intrigued. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like for real, like
the ancestors talking to you. Cousin Darby, can I share the big screen for a minute since we're talking about Cherokee ancestors? Thank you so much. Brother, I implore you learning stuff from my mother, who's in her 70s, and my father's mother, who's still living, who, Lord willing, will be 97 in a couple of months, right? So I'm still, even though I thought I knew a lot, I'm still learning from some of these elders, some, you know, intricate things that you're going to need when you're doing your research, right? This is my mom's grandmom, right? And she was born in Indian Territory, which was in Virginia. This is what they call Indian Territory back then. This was Virginia. So Lily Wadey was living in Indian Territory when the Dawes Commission forced Native Americans to cede their tribal land to the U.S. government. And then later on, you'll see, hold on, she's on the Dawes rolls as full Cherokee by blood. Right? Hold on. I got to go through another. Hold on, it's coming up. I'm going to switch slides in a second. Got a lot of screenshots. So if y'all can bear with me, since we talk about Cherokee, right? So she's on the second line up there. No, the third, 16. She was 16 years old. Ma'am, I mean, sir. I'm sorry. Did you say something? I couldn't hear you.
No, thanks. Someone thank you for the follow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then I'm gonna show the other receipt of her being on the dolls rolls, but that's the actual document when you pull it up right there. And this is her people, my mother's mother, right? Who always raised us. I was born in the late 60s. I'm almost 56 years old. I was born in the late 60s. So she always raised us, and I'm from Philly. Everybody in West Philly knew she was an Indian, knew we were Indians, and she raised us to be Indians, like to know who her people was. So her father was full Cherokee and her mother was Powhatan. Now her husband is the Tennessee Cherokee. So people got to understand when you say, why do black people all claim Cherokee? Cherokee was one of the largest tribes in the United States. You got to understand that. And this is before the dolls rolls. This was the Cherokee people, right? Well, now you got to be correct because Aniawea means wolf clan. There are 7 clans of the Cherokee, and Aniawea is specifically for the wolf clan, and the wolf clan was the clan that was allowed to do a secret ceremony with the wolf and kill a wolf. They're the only ones that could kill a wolf. And they were the warrior clan. So this is the Tennessee Cherokee of my mother's father's family, right? And this is the Moitoy, some of the Moitoy. Kingfisher, you see Kingfisher on there?
Mm-hmm.
Right. The 5 killers and and this is their surname.
Unalive.
I'm sorry, the 5 unalives. Please drop some fruit. This is actually their names. So this is for educational purposes only, right? So when we talk about the Cherokee, you got to also talk about all of the smaller tribes that the Cherokee absorbed. Like some of the Catawba is under Cherokee.
So
yeah, you got to understand. Yeah, they absorbed some of the smaller tribes as well. So that's why this topic is always good when Darvin always have a good topic. But yeah, it's a lot of us that do claim Cherokee because we do have Cherokee in our bloodline. And thanks for letting me speak. And thanks for
came back from a Gummy Laugh. They got what's that dude who's to be on Clubhouse?
Who's to get into us? You and Sukla. He's kind of like got the sugar in his tank.
Oh, Vaughn?
Stupid ass. He's man. Listen, bro. They over there. They got a whole bunch of people over there on Gummy's thing. They
Still a thing.
I think Clubhouse still a thing. I think it is. They kept dropping me down. They you know who Gummy is, right? The African.
I know. Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he never shows sources that's relevant to the topic.
Yeah, never show sources as relevant.
That's horrible. How frustrating.
Yeah, like you remember, I pulled up a source, like court record from the 1600s, Negro with a Indian tribal name, and he pulled up the fucking Dawes Rolls as a counter source.
What's that? Those Negro coming from Sierra Leone, like the Negroes that for sale for Sierra Leone. And I'm like, did the British and the Caribbeans went to Sierra Leone and started a colony over there?
Yes.
They like, oh, look, that doesn't matter.
Those people didn't occupy that place at that time. They later moved inward to those places. But yeah, they like to attach the Sierra Leone to Sea Island, Low Country people like the Gullah Geechee, and they also reach for Angola too. So it's a grab bag at this point. They overlook these indigenous groups like the Tuscarora, the Catawba, Timpcua, Cape Hatteras Indians, and all types of groups that's not even recognized normally on these. When they're talking about Indians, they always point to the Plains natives, but never acknowledge the ones that they written on paper as extinct, that got absorbed into our enslaved population.
I'm burnt out from this book. Why did I buy this shit?
What book?
This America is the True Old World book.
How deep are you in it?
I'm almost done.
You could easily put it in the chat GPT and get a summary of it.
No, people need to read. People need to book cover to cover. People just be glossing through books and having arguments about books they haven't even read. So I was just gonna say I commend you for actually reading the book.
I'm suffering right now. Original Africa. What chapter I'm on? Gibraltar, the West. Jesus Christ.
It's mixing the dope.
It was made by a Moor that descends from the Chavis family. That's Lumbian Cherokee and all sorts of shit.
Is it similar to the Queen Mu in Egyptian Sphinx?
Yeah, he gets some of his sources from Queen Mu and Egyptian Sphinx. So yeah, like he references Queen Mu, the Egyptian Sphinx in there. So yeah, I'm just tired.
Speaking of which, who started this Mu Atlantis stuff? Lemire.
Yeah.
Started this Mu Atlantis.
Who wrote the book?
Augustus,
so he was
anthropologist. Rosicrucian.
He was in like the 1700s, 1800s, early 1800s.
Yeah, he studied in Mexico.
Yeah, he stayed in Mexico for I want to say a few months, right?
Yeah, he paid, and he paid for the archaeology. He made these different connections between the Mayans, the Egyptians, and all types of shit. So he has multiple books outside of Queen Mu, the Egyptian Sphinx. He has like a Mysteries Among the Maya. He talks about how, the jaguar, they revere the jaguar in Mexico and things like that, and how the jaguar is called the co, and it was spelled Osir and pronounced Ozil. And,
Do you believe that? You believe there's a jaguar in Mexico? Because I think it's more like deciduous Midwest swampy areas.
I say both. Because we do have
a jaguar would be in Mexico though.
Probably towards southern America or northern near like Texas or stuff like that.
A jaguar, a black jaguar is a panther. Because I know in the Midwest we have a lot of ocelot, osprey, jaguar. We got a lot of wildcats. Like they just call they didn't even have names for most of them. They just call them wildcats.
Got a link.
Ishmael said over the jaguar too, though. The goddess Ishmael. She says the jaguar, the rabbit, because that's the one. That's when he made the connection. Ishmael is also Ishtar over there in Sumeria.
Those Native Americans,
fertility goddess.
Mexico area. What's their connection to the buffalo or the bison and deer? I would like to know that.
Good shit.
And another thing that would beat up their talking point about, we just saw some foreign black people. Why didn't they all call black folks when they first allegedly said it was an exclusive Mongol continent? Why weren't we all unanimously called a bison or a buffalo on the eastern shores or the southeast? If we gonna play them silly games.
I think
go ahead.
Because he paid the dude. What's his name? You gotta say his name.
Who?
From who's a Cherokee? That's his family Cherokee over there in Oklahoma.
John Ross.
No, the dude that I just saw. Who you and Super you said get into it with?
Oh, Bond. Yeah, Bond. His sweet sugary ass. Yeah.
Because he paid to disrupt, like to tell us that we ain't Indian and stuff like that.
Probably.
Like
I think he admitted it. I
panel?
think he admitted it on Clubhouse, maybe. I think because he was teaming up with this Airwalk shorty in Brooklyn.
Adopted into the Cherokee too. While
Yeah,
he was
adopted. Brother. And he's half Jamaican. He tell TikTok that he's half Jamaican.
Yeah, he admits it. He said he have Jamaican in Cherokee.
Yeah. TikTok ain't know that. I told TikTok that. I was like, when you gonna let the folks know that you had Jamaican, Vaughn?
Dang, half tether. That's crazy work.
It was like, what? He never tell us that. I was like, people come to leave Clubhouse and get a new life, huh? Like, we don't know y'all.
He the one who exposed Shukla, right? He put all her information out there, right?
Right, I don't know. I don't know all that.
So he said, I got all the Sukla information right here. Because I said, man, I know you, dude. Sukla and all them used to body you on Clubhouse. Oh, you one of the Pretentians. I'm like, there we go.
Oh, buddy.
Never seen so much violence, like melanated on melanated violence until the American Indian conversations entered the chat. Like, that's wild. It's just, I've never seen anyone ever deny anything. When we was talking all that MLK, Malcolm X, whatever, when we was talking all that roots and shit that had no actual evidence, everything was good.
I know it's that Dean Guller Maroon retard that's getting violent with
watch the art.
But he getting violent with what's the brother name? The Big Nose. Yeah, he was over here sending threats to him just because he was debunking the Africanized theory behind Gullah Geechee. He was over here saying, oh, I know punks like you in the military, y'all didn't clean your rooms, y'all ain't straighten your beds, y'all can't shoot straight, y'all can't fight, and we would beat y'all up back in my day, and saying, I still got it, and I can give it to you too. Stuff like that on the internet. Cyberbullying.
Man, I'll kick that nigga in his bad knee. I already know he got a bad knee somewhere.
Yeah, he stayed trying to dox Siku and stuff like that, trying to claim that he fraudulent when he got the bloodline. He's state recognized. He's in the Gadsden War Museum in their own Gullah Geechee documentary.
And he spoke to the Seminole. Like, he spoke to the Seminole, Oklahoma. Like he's on panels with them and stuff. Like, man, these people sick as hell.
Deranged. They be tapping for these races online, bro.
Tapping. There weren't melanated people that were helping with raids and capturing and kidnapping. Like, how you think all this infiltration happened? You trust people that look like you. So that's always been the case. So that's that. But then a lot of them, they can't find and trace their genealogy. So it's a lot of envy that's happening as well.
Yep. You don't like they African are getting beat up.
Oh, brother. But yeah, make sure y'all stream For the Trolls on all music platforms. We on Spotify, Apple Music, and YouTube. Make sure y'all stream
Show
For the
name
Trolls.
on Spotify.
Darvin Osiris.
Same. Oh, here's how you can flip the tonight's prompt. Why do Pan-Africans want to claim Fulani?
Huh?
Why do Pan-Africans want to claim Fulani, Igbo?
Ain't nobody give a fuck about no Fulani. Nobody give a fuck about no Fulani.
That's their version of saying, oh, I'm Cherokee princess. I'm a Fulani princess with my DNA kit.
So nobody give a fuck about no Fulani. They came from the Middle East. That's Queen Kaz. That's Queen Kaz's ancestor.
Ibrahim Sudi.
A whole Fulani Moorish mix. I was like, bro, you North African Arab. Gonna talk about some West Africa. I want to hear shit about no West African.
That's the thing right there. They don't want to go to North Africa. They always talk about some West Africa, but they flee to East Africa to go prey on those Kenyan women and Ugandan women because they know
that they in third world conditions and they don't know anything about this passport bro stuff that's going on because they copying off the white supremacists talking about a trad wife and they disrespecting their own American sisters.
Yeah, footage. But yeah, I need some streams on Spotify. I got streams on Apple Music and YouTube, but not Spotify.
Right quick.
Let's see how many streams I got. 50 streams on Apple Music. Thank you for the follow. Got 50 streams on Apple Music. We about to go up. Not true. Thank you for the follow on Spotify. Your more brother Islam. Apparently, my hottest tracks are the high IQ song. The high IQ song, You're from Africa, the intro.
Ones where he was like, God, he was spitting. It was bar for bar. That's why your grandma, she was mixed. That's why her hair, even though DNA is racist. I can't think of the song, but that shit really, it had my blood boiling when I first heard it. But you were spitting.
Nah, it's the first one I made. Why don't you take a DNA test? Shows your blood quantum, even though it's racist. Why don't you speak a native language? Your ancestors claim on slave ships. I'm a 23 disciple.
Gates is my idol.
The test is better than the
Bible.
Just say you're African before I bite you.
Mark, I wish it was longer.
That's hilarious.
We gotta be like
diabolical.
I need some more bars on that.
You know, we on the
remix. We need a remix featuring somebody. I don't know. We need a remix on that.
What's his name? The brother that his name
Remix God.
No, not just that. What's his name? He a rapper too. Everybody playing his song.
Hey! I want to respond to the prompt. Do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? I feel like you guys want to claim everything. I mean, you guys.
Where you from?
You know?
Where you from? What's your name? We ain't listen to no man named Jizzles. So enough you got to say is.
Are you over 18 years old?
I'm 25.
Where you calling in from?
Boston.
Boston, the most racist of the races. When did your ancestors get to these United States?
You from Boston? But you Irish? Some Boston?
I'm not even Irish. But okay. I'm not Irish.
When did your ancestors get to these United States?
I don't know.
You got
you need to
freckles,
go
don't
do
you?
some genealogy. So you don't even know who you are, and now you set tripping.
Yeah, get this YT with freckles out of here.
You need to go do some genealogy. So you don't even know who you are, and now you set tripping.
Yeah, get this YT with freckles out of here. Yeah, get
in life. He a whole immigrant.
We can't take nobody named Jizzle seriously. Grow up.
Jizzles in your pants.
Before they don't be knowing where their ancestors came from. Like when you asked him, was he Irish? He don't even know. He don't know if he got Irish. We know we got Irish in our bloodline. I know I do.
I do too. Yep.
Okay. So we know our admixtures. He's talking about y'all claiming everything, but see, we are everything. That's what he just forgot. Like
Neanderthal.
Yeah, when they came here, we were everything. We had everything. Like our ancestors was already here, and even our admixtures ancestors, they've been here a long time. They came here a long time ago, right? We know when they came in. We know what boats they came on. We know everything. So when a 25-year-old come up here being racist, and I know he's gonna say the N-word, like he wasn't in here when I just shared my screen.
You can tell it from the first syllable.
Yeah, I mean, but he wasn't in here when I shared my screen of only a little bit of my Cherokee. Okay, this is what the topic is about, the Cherokee, right? Do Black Americans only claim Cherokee? So I like to bring my genealogical sources. So yeah, I do have Cherokee on my mom's mom and dad's side. but I have way more other tribes.
Everything. You don't understand. He's met so many variations of us.
Right.
Melanated people. So they think we're just one big group.
They think we one
I
big
never
nig.
lived in no Boston.
Child, they think we one big nig, but them people in Boston, they don't even recognize the American Indians that was up there.
Nope.
Right? They don't recognize or doggone give honor to the none of the Pequots or none of the Massapequa, all them tribes that's up there in New England.
But if you're listening to what they're saying everywhere we go, we see y'all. Now y'all in Alabama. We go to here, there, everywhere. So they're basically telling us that they see us everywhere. Because we was like, what are y'all talking about? Like, why y'all treating us like we are? You in Boston. And you talking about what we claim to do. That's because we're everywhere. We're in every nook, corner, and cranny of this continent. North, Central, and South America, and the Caribbean, and Pacific Islands. So that's what they're essentially what they're saying. Everywhere we go, y'all claiming this, y'all claiming that, because we are everywhere. We never claim to be the same group, though. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. But before that
what's
clown
up, Chief Steve?
Ooh, what's up?
No, I was saying what's up to Chief Steve.
But before that clown jizzle came up, I was saying that you could have had Ja Brooks on the track though.
What the hell was that?
You don't know Ja Brooks, the Aboriginal?
You said Ja. Okay, Jahi, yeah.
Ja Brooks, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You said something. Ja Bree. I thought, who the hell is Ja Bree?
Ja Brooks. Nah, everybody playing his music.
Come here, Luke. Come up here, Lewis.
Good for him. About to send the invite.
Yeah, come up here because you go ahead.
When we show that a lot of these places have melanated people, they think we trying to be those people. Like, no, we ain't trying to be them, even though they got someone in our blood. But there was Black Europeans, there was Black Asians. There's not we trying to be those people. That's just what it was. But because these people are ignorant and base their ideology from a racist point of view, they automatically say, "Oh, y'all trying to be those people." That's not even the case, bro. Because you can look in the records and see the Black Europeans, the Black what's his name, King James, Stuart, the Stuart line. It's like, damn, it's like when you try to show people that was Black people there, they automatically get to some racist shit. Y'all trying to be everything. They're like, these motherfuckers are retarded.
And it's projection, because a lot of these white tea supremacists want to be everything and anything, and they get jealous of us because we have literally blood ties to these people. We literally got cultural remnants that's still here, and the world still eats off of our stuff, our innovation.
Know how vast this continent is. Okay, they think this is like, they didn't even know there was more land west of the Mississippi. Okay, it's not like when they had airlines back in the day. Everything was trek on foot and by boat and maybe a horse. So they didn't even know that there was all of California. They didn't know there was the Rocky Mountains until mid 1800s. And many of them would never even been beyond Boston. So a lot of them they didn't know how vast this continent is.
Muted. You can't. Yeah, the only way you can speak is you come up here, Lewis. Nope.
I thought Daniel Boone was over there, roaming those areas over there.
He was.
One person is them.
Lewis and Clark.
You know what I'm saying? Like, now you're talking about 2 people, 3 people, maybe even a dozen. Like, that's white tea supremacy. One of them outnumbers hundreds and thousands of us. You know, there's like Lois and Clark narrative overrides the nations of people. Like, they don't get a voice. And Lois and Clark had an Indian tour guide.
York.
Okay. Or some random. And then some tribes, I heard some tribes, they would, if you were found to be a liar, they would kick you out of the tribe and assign you to go guide white people, since you like to lie so much. So who knows where those people ended up? Canada somewhere. Because they just like to lie. So if you like to lie, go lie to the enemy and have at your heart's desire. So yeah, when you were found out to be a liar and you were kicked out of the tribe and made to be a guide for white people. So, like I said, who knows where they ended up?
The
We
Squantum
never
was
heard of
a
them ever
guy
again.
for YTs. You know Squanto?
One of them John Wayne movies.
No, he's Massachusetts. You
So
ain't
I'm saying,
never
like,
heard
I
the
don't. If it's
phrase
not Kansas,
Thanksgiving?
Midwest, Texas,
He was basically our version of Kunta Kinte. He got stolen from his tribe, the Pawtucks or the one of them, if I'm recalling right, and he got sent over there to England as a curiosity, and he met his fellow tribal member Epinow over there as one of them slaves, and Epinow tricked the YTs to bring them back here by telling them, yeah, I know where some gold is, but his plan was to slaughter the YTs, and Squanto interfered with his plans of murdering the YTs unaliving those YTs on Thanksgiving Day, the night before, but he stopped it. So after that, he was known as like the guy for the YTs that came over here because he was Christianized once he got over there to England and reprogrammed to be like a, the house Negro or Uncle Tom of the day.
Welcome.
He was like the Jesse Jackson or the Reverend Al Sharpton of his time.
He would just be yapping with zero knowledge. That's true. You just send it. Yep. Yeah.
You ain't never know about that, Lila?
I don't know nothing east of the Missouri and the Mississippi. I just be that's why I like listening to other people's stories.
That's in the Massachusetts area.
Yeah, that's east of the Mississippi
territory where
influence.
Tituba was sent.
I don't know nothing about that.
How you
But
not
thank
know?
you for sharing.
Everybody knows it. They taught this shit in school. They even got a Disney movie about it with that Adam Beach guy playing them.
I don't know if we learned about no Squanto in school. I was educated in Texas too, so.
Squanto, the Indian that got kidnapped to Europe, and he came back.
Yeah, his real name is Tisquantum.
I heard a little bit about him. That he was kidnapped.
He got kidnapped and he got kidnapped and taken to. But I also heard a lot of narratives that
blackbirded him over there to Europe. They showed him his village people some trinkets like a bell or something.
Well, no. I also heard that the chiefs would send people on missions. It's more like a diplomatic or ambassador exchange. And I think that's where a lot of this, like these trade would happen. I think, from my understanding of how these things were operating, you would have one of the, that's where all the translation starts to happen and the learning of languages and things like that. So
I'll be back.
I think that's pretty interesting though. There's like the 4 Indians. Have y'all seen that book? The 4 Indian Kings. That they sent to. There's a painting about it, but I wouldn't go.
Yeah, and they whitewashed it. The painting.
Because you look at the book and they're like dark or like portrayal of a dark skin, but very interesting narrative. And the painting is whitewashed, but the book is showing something different. But it's very interesting because they said they were 4 Indian chiefs, but those were not chiefs. Those were people representing the chiefs, which was very interesting because there's probably a lot of times in history where you're actually just dealing with a representative, which I think is just so genius because I just think these people were so civilized and they were so, like, from my understanding, the American Indians were very, very wise in when they were dealing with these colonizers. And so it seemed like they knew what they were up to. And I think that's what saved a lot of us. And that's why we are still here today. Like, it wasn't an accident. So I think, again, from my perspective and understanding when I'm reading the story, I'm like, this is actually pretty fascinating that the Indians were able to outmaneuver. Because I think when you're dealing with people that are energetic and on a frequency and a certain vibration, you should be able to decipher it regardless of a language barrier. And so I don't know, I wish we would talk more about that or explore more about that, but it goes without saying. It just seems like they were ahead of what was happening. Galana, you said colonized, we're all descended from them, but you have like you excrete head louse, like lice. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be careful when you say words like we, like being allergic to sunlight, like that's wild. Insects coming out your scalp, that's wild to me. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be careful when you say words like we.
Majority of colonizers wasn't pale skinned though. A lot of them was dark in complexion. So you can see that through the record.
Galena, like you, I think you've been on my chat before. I think you're real ghetto. I think you're one of the ghetto ones. Let me make sure. Let me see if we can get you up here. I think you're one of the ghetto ones. You be spazzing out, girl. Like you be like, and you are so obsessed with us. And that's violent shit.
Cousin Darvin, when you get a chance, can I share the screen, please? I did want to show something. This is my brother's. I got you. You got me, babe. My brother's lineage. I can't see that good. I was going to read a little bit of it.
Let's see if he'll do it. I do. Can put a document.
Yeah, this document is that I was going to read, but it's too small. This is my brother's and my husband share this Wyandotte lineage, but this is from my brother's lineage, and his Wyandotte Indian great-great-great-grandmother was kidnapped while she had two small children by the creek washing clothes. And she was kidnapped because she was an expert blanket weaver, Indian blanket weaver, it says. This is what this document says, right? And then it says that a bounty hunter is what, here it go, thank you. A bounty hunter is what kidnapped her on a double-saddled horse and took her to a place where he enslaved her and made her teach people how to weave these blankets, these Indian blankets, right? And at first, when he tried to snatch her from the creek, it says that she was washing clothes by the creek and she had her baby tied to her and a toddler standing by. Well, he snatched her up and she had the baby that was tied to her, and she had to beg him to go back to get her other child that was left by the creek that could have just perished, right? So this is the first document, and it talks about how, how she was kidnapped and enslaved, made to be to teach other people how to weave blankets. Are you kidding me? That's why and this is this is her children on this next document. Hold on, make sure I got the right one. And it talks about how her children were enslaved. And while they were enslaved, and these were Wyandotte Indians. Let's keep it for real. They weren't from no other nation, no other country from across the water. They were enslaved on their own land. So her children, one of them was named Rachel, and Rachel had some children, and somebody tried to take one of her babies and throw into the fire. And it said a Negro man stopped the YT man from throwing the baby into the fire. Right? So we have plenty of documents, and this is my brother's lineage. I'm not Wyandotte, but two of my brothers are, because my mom was married again, so they have a different father. But I do have Cherokee. I have Powelton, which Pamunkey, Mattaponi, and Patawomic, from Virginia. Some Nottoway. I have a lot of different, on each line is several different tribes that intermarried with each other. We didn't, like, even growing up, when Roots came out in the 70s, I asked my grandmother, were they our people? And she said they didn't even live in the same communities in Virginia. They didn't live in the same communities. They didn't mix with each other. That's what she told me. They're not our people. And she told me exactly her clans and her family and her tribes that's in her bloodline. But yeah, thank you for letting me share the screen. And I just wanted to show this because people got to understand that, enslavement does not mean African. There was a lot of kidnapping going on. A lot of kidnapping. It was a whole kidnapping club. And thank you again for letting me share.
Darvin, if you want to expand back, I'm having it. I don't know how to do that. I don't think I can, but I don't know. I don't know if Darvin's still here.
Yeah, I don't know. I just learned how to share the screen from Darvin like a month or so ago. So I'm just new to.
I don't think Darvin's still here.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm just new to the TikTok, sharing of the information, sharing the screen, sharing the screen. Give up the mic. This is another Cherokee document from one of my ancestors.
Why are these things highlighted?
Because I searched through my screenshots, and when you put in certain things in your spyglass and your screenshots, that's how I pull up information quickly. But this came off of my Ancestry account, and this is my ancestor, which I can show on my tree as a. This is an actual document from the U.S. Senate. This is us.com, US Gov, Senate, from the Senate. A letter from the U.S. Senate to my Cherokee ancestor because he was a farmer and he stored pork, salt, and corn for the Chickasaw Nation. And he was supposed to be paid for that. And he wrote the Senate, and the Senate wrote him back this letter saying that, yes, they do owe him $340-something, and they do need to pay him, but he wrote the wrong branch of government. He was supposed to contact Congress. So this is another Cherokee ancestor document.
Sorry, can you please go back? I have some Rogers.
I got Rogers, yeah.
And that Arkansas.
Let me pull up my
area.
Rogers. Yes, and this is the actual document from the Senate. Let me show you my Rogers that are Cherokee. Hold on.
I am inviting some people to come up in do. I don't know what you're saying, so if you want to come clarify. Yeah, see, I'm seeing too.
You see it, Lila?
Yeah.
Okay, he fought in the War of 1812. I got his war documents as well, right? And his father was Enoch Rogers. And
you know how we pronounce that?
How?
It's I don't want to say where I got the name from, but
Enos. Oh, I've seen Enos before doing somebody's genealogy. I don't think it was mine, but I've seen that before. Yeah, but this Roger
She on?
You should go be with your Neanderthal kind. Okay, Darvin, if you want to expand back to the screen, I didn't know how to expand you back. Comment section. So
She's up here now. Galena, what's your deal?
Go ahead. What brings you up here?
Conversation. I was listening to her. I do love history. I have a history with, like, you know,
What's your history?
Not what you think it is. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're white," so you probably like owned a bunch of people. I'm like, no.
Ain't nobody say that. Me ain't say that over here. When did your family get to America?
You don't think it.
When did your family get to America?
That's a lie. I don't think that.
Right. When did your family get to America?
And before the sun.
What?
I don't know. Dude, I don't freaking know. Like, if I literally, if anything, if we all probably
You've been drinking tonight.
Find or think. Anyways, yeah, I definitely have. You know, I'm the variety cracker, you know, box of
what?
Like.
All right, next. Get
where
this.
You from?
Get this drunk yapping woman off my panel, please. I ain't got no patience with YT people. Especially when they act stupid.
She likes history, but she don't know her own family history.
You're yapping. It sounds like you just off of Four Loko, a Four Loko adventure. Like, goddamn. Like, okay. You heard slurring?
I absolutely did.
Those AI songs so hard. Thank you, Ty. Who's all on YouTube? Yeah, shout out to everybody that's on YouTube and Instagram, even though y'all don't say shit on Instagram.
Simulcast?
I'm on StreamYard, yeah.
Oh, Lord. Oh, no way. Oh, good God. No wonder they be so mad at me. I'll be on, you do this all the time, multiple platforms?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Latter-day Saints. Because then that guy came up and was like, they after you, Lila. And I'm like, who? I just be on TikTok.
Lila.
I always hear that. People always say Lila. They talk about you on Discord. And I'll be like, I don't know what that is. And I will not respond.
On Discord? Wow. You done made it somebody's
Well,
Discord.
that's when I, on my other, my dating preferences, they be so mad. I don't know how to say I'm famous. Literally, like, our stuff is in museums, but I realize I'm way more famous because people always come up to me like, oh my God, you look so familiar. Or people say, I recognize you. Or people get really excited when they meet me in public. And I'm just like, whatever. But yeah, I guess this message is really getting out and they're starting to pinpoint. And I'm just somebody that they can't topple. And I think this conversation has evolved, but I didn't know you were on other platforms. So that makes sense.
Yeah, we have.
Because they be listening. They definitely be stalking.
Yeah, we have 315 people on StreamYard right now.
Dark, I told him, like, you know, we had got you on Clubhouse. Like, oh, y'all the original pretendians.
What? How the fuck we the original pretend? Whatever, yo. People so stupid, yo. People so stupid.
They said y'all come from Clubhouse. Y'all the OGs of this. I like,
OG of boxing their asses up.
No, on Clubhouse, it was during the panorama, and everybody was just at home, but this stuff was breaking in real time, and all the stuff with BLM. There was a Supreme Court decision that was happening around 2020. So everybody was talking about it, and then it gained a lot of traction. But I remember they were also talking about hair weaves and eyelashes, and you know the same stuff they talking about today: baby mama, baby daddy drama. Those conversations don't go anywhere. And so there was a lot of conspiracy theory rooms on Clubhouse, but this conversation was really gaining a lot of traction because there's also a lot of Africans that are on Clubhouse. And so we delineated immediately And so them Africans was really, really upset. And we were trying to figure out what was the platform, but it never really manifested into anything. And it lost a lot of money. But Black people made Clubhouse. We took over that app.
Facts. These niggas want.
Y'all remember when Clubhouse only had it for the people that had iPhones before they let people join with the Androids? That was during the the pandemic. And like Lila said, we had a lot of rooms that went days. We would go days with different conversations. Even Darvin, he had some really big rooms over there with the Yorkies. That was a big joint too.
That was the biggest room I had.
I'm trying to tell you that, and that went on for a few days. You know what I'm saying? So they call us the Clubhouse Indians, but you know what? I take honor in that. You know why? Because these Clubhouse Indians made a lot of people talk to their elders and start doing their genealogy. Mm-hmm. These Clubhouse Indians did the digging of the research and the history, and we know what's up. We know who our families are. You know what I'm saying? So, we've also done a lot of people's genealogy for free over these years. Okay. So I'll take that on as a Clubhouse Indian. But guess what? I've been an Indian before the internet. I'm almost 56 years old. I grew up an Indian. I've always been an Indian in real life. All my ID, even my state ID say American Indian. If they pull me over and run my license, it's going to say American Indian.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
You said I'm actually Afro-Indigenous. Indigenous, like, what does that mean? Afro-Indigenous from where? What tribe?
Come on up.
Yeah, come on up. Stop being a chatty patty and come up. You about to get muted. What's up, Mel? How come my people still speak their language? How about you come up and tell us?
I want to know how you were able to continue speaking your language when there was forced assimilation in boarding schools where the children entered the boarding schools but they never left. And then what documentation does anywhere it says Afro? So yeah, what documentation you have that says Afro as a heritage?
What are you talking about?
Oh, brother.
Listening comprehension problems.
So
Do you have problems? So the question was, what documentation do you have that states you're an Afro?
Me being Garifuna, that makes me Afro-Indigenous, which means...
Well, you're not even from where we're from. You have no connection to the 13 original colonies.
He got a fool.
I'm indigenous from the Caribbean.
Yeah, you're not about to set trip on us.
Violent
gang member.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, you can't go tell us about shit in North America. You're not on these lands, or the United States. My bad. If you're not on these lands, so
this is gang violence.
I get what people be saying, but saying the Caribbean, South America, America, like folks need to not intrude in our conversations in the United States. Some of y'all be overstepping y'all boundaries, speaking on shit y'all don't know nothing about.
He know about America, because I know Ghanaians, them all indigenous. They ain't no African in Ghanafina. Y'all was shipped from the Caribbeans into those places. Y'all actually Arawak or Taino.
Arawak, that's what makes us Afro-Indigenous.
Ain't no Africans came over there, bro. Y'all was shipped
African or Afro?
How you gonna tell me about my lineage? You don't even know your history.
How you tell me what I know, bro? I know I ain't got no
Mr. Darkside.
Africans don't like afros.
Yeah, well, they can't grow an afro. So VO.
Ignorant cotton pickers. That's so sad.
Man, get your goofy ass off the stage.
Cotton is the fabric. It's okay. Cotton is big business.
Exactly.
So that is an immigrant set tripping.
Yeah, you need to mind his goofy ass business in Garifuna land.
So violent. That's envy. That ain't nothing but jealousy and envy. He want to be a U.S. citizen so bad. He's speaking English. It don't matter what your native tongue is. That shit don't yield no money. Okay, you speaking English over rules. How about that one? We all speak English today.
They said, nah, he's African. Nah, y'all be surprised how many Caribbeans and South Americans be yapping.
Because they about to be deported.
y'all be surprised that don't give a fuck about this indigenous shit. I done seen them on Twitter, came across them on Clubhouse. This ain't nothing new. I get what people be saying, oh, the Americans, but shit, these folks be on some bullshit too.
That's what believe our ancestors sure slaves. They wouldn't be mocking cotton picking.
But you know what? They sure do. Let me share the screen again because, see, I got some West Indian blood too with my North American blood, but I could prove they were West Indian Native American. Okay? So when they come up here set tripping, okay, don't set trip because we know a lot of people were sent to the West Indies from here. Right? A lot of people. And a lot of people from the West Indies came from there to here and they intermixed with some of our people over here. So don't come over here trying to set trip and you ain't even got no documents that can prove that your West Indian people were actually Arawak or Taino.
Yep, and he gonna be muted.
Yeah. Like I got actual documents that showed with my oral story of my paternal, my father's people, right? And I know what boat they came in through Ellis Island, right? And he's married to a distant cousin. That's how they did it back then, to keep the bloodline pure. No African is in their blood. You see their ethnicity and nationality, it says West Indian Native American. So don't do that. Don't come up here talking and we do our speak some of our language. A lot of people don't even know a lot of our stuff that y'all say are Algonquin words, right? A lot of words that we say in the English language comes from my Algonquin people.
So Black Americans continue to realize that just because they have the same skin color, a lot of people envy you for your U.S. citizenship. Not even, this ain't got nothing to do with even American Indian. That's just another thing we have that they don't. Abandon their homelands. They don't have no infrastructure wherever the hell they came from. So people envy us in more than one way. They envy your plight. They envy your struggle. They envy everything about us. So just realize it's good for people to see stuff like that. They have to see it.
True. Oh, the video dropped. Yep. What's up? Time to fight, gather the troops, nigga.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop down. It dropped me down.
Oh, snap.
It's like a wake-up call. Like some people, they didn't even realize, like these other groups, they thinking, oh, Caribbean, all these things, but it's important for the audience to realize that somebody who is speaking English came from whatever third world nation, okay, just so he could come over here and get some EBT. His father couldn't afford to feed him. And so they set tripping. We have done nothing to this brother. We have no historical ties to these people. But what they envy is that we were able to overcome. We have amazing people like LeBron James. We have Oprah Winfrey. I don't give a shit what y'all say. She's successful. She pulled herself up. We have Maya Angelou's. We had Toni Morrison's. Okay. We have David Stewart's. We got Byron Allen's. Okay. We have the range. Name an industry, we're in it. So they envy us in so many ways. So, but it is important for us to wake up and understand, yeah, we don't have a lot of enemies. I mean, we don't have a lot of allies, like he was saying. And he literally said that in the comments, said, y'all don't have any allies, meaning he coming for us. So y'all better wake up and you better start showing some unity amongst your own, because these people, these melanated people come from other parts of the world. They hungry and they starving and they're desperate and they'll do anything to be U.S. citizens. So watch your back. Even if it means hijacking your identity, they will do whatever it takes. That's where all that scamming is coming from. All these Africans claiming to be Nigerian princes in your emails. They really just trying to get your identity, your account numbers. So y'all gotta be very, very careful. Like, we need to take this seriously. Like, this is a security threat, but we need to get real and way more involved with Homeland Security and advocating for revoking their citizenship. Because once they come over here and get married, start having babies, they think that's it. They think they got it made. So we need to be the ones to say, just because they're from a so-called black nation, we need to close the ports to them, revoke their visas, get them out of here. What we say goes.
Yep.
Especially when they attack us as indigenous Americans and as citizens.
Yep.
I know a lot of not
threatening U.S. families. Like, you can't go to Great Britain and talk about you want to be a citizen and you have bad moral characters and you're threatening the people. You're threatening violence against families. It's a threat. And we need to get way more. If I start reporting them, it's anonymous.
them Africans, Americans is riding with them. So that's the whole thing. Those 23andMe Africans.
They can go too.
Mm-hmm.
They can go too. They can revoke. They can expatriate.
Why don't they go to Africa if they love it so much?
No, it's a shithole nation. The president of the United States said that. They're not sending their best. They're here to siphon resources, but there's no reciprocity. So yeah, make America great again. Put America first. If we're not getting anything out of it, what are we doing here? Why are you coming into our neighborhoods? So if the white tea people are the ones giving you your privileges, then go live amongst them. But get away from us. And so talk to your children about that too. Isolate them. Tell your children, if there's an immigrant, just because of the skin color, tell your children to isolate their children because we outnumber them. So they tell their kids, don't get involved with those Akadas. Then, okay, your kid not gonna have nobody to play with at recess, and they not wearing deodorant, so our children not gonna be around them anyway. Our children are smart too. We knew the difference.
Have you seen those Nigerians coming over here impregnating the black women over here? There's a lot of them down in Texas. Man, there's a few of them getting impregnated by Nigerians. They coming over here having babies and leaving them, like just making babies with them, not even take care of them.
Grow up to be American. More American babies because you are your mother.
Because you are what your mother is. They ask you on every like when you call any government thing, and they ask you what your mother's maiden name is.
Yeah, I just think that was crazy, man. That dude came on here and said we didn't have no allies. I just think that, I mean, that perspective is so wild. Just on they really think the ally point is what really matters. But I think it's disgusting, and I ain't gonna lie. I've always thought it was disgusting to watch people, out of all the neighborhoods in America I grew up in, and watching our own people from singing to dancing to creativity. I've always found it to be very disgusting to watch. I ain't gonna lie to you, like I can't even hold nothing back. Like I've always thought it was foul to see other melanated people, because it's just like the arithmetic wasn't the same, and then it kind of seems like the spirituality take over. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like, and then you get like, I'm the type of person from the 50 states, I get very offensive. No matter if I was in the work field, no matter if I'm at a club, no matter if I'm watching other national people that's not from America commit to our spirit. Like I've always thought that was foul. And then I see this guy up here that talks about y'all don't have no allies. I think that's so detrimental. I've always thought that, like, that was just so weird. Like that's, what I'm saying?
You ain't seen nothing yet. They also come over here and vote against our interests. So when we want political capital, when we want to advocate for policy changes and reform, Oh, they vote against our interests. They're the ones with the black profile pictures online talking about we don't want reparations. We don't want reparative justice. We don't want retribution. And so it confuses the whole entire narrative because they know they can pass for us. So we always talk about passing for white tea. We never talk about the people that pass for us. They come over here and they advocate against our best interests. But these are immigrants committing violence against Americans, so we got to get away from that skin color. He came over here trying to set trip a third world nation that'll probably be underwater in a few years. Should the next hurricane? I don't even know where that is.
Yeah, that's just gonna cause like I said, I get very defensive, but now since I got interested in building, my soul is just like, man, you gotta build over them. You know, we the ones that built Detroit, we the ones that built, like I'm from San Bernardino, California. Like they don't even understand that some of the buildings out here were built by Black Americans, and these buildings been here for damn near like 2,000 years. And like all the courthouses in the 50 states have something to do with us. When you go to court, when those foreigners do something, they gotta go to court. Some of them buildings are indestructible. I can't speak for those buildings, but I am not gonna lie, them buildings look strong as hell. Like them buildings don't like you can just like tear them down. Like they're really foundational, made to the foundation. And I don't think they really understand that type of hate is going to keep them back. When you hate a Black American, you basically hate God. I mean, that's just my opinion, but it's like when you throw hate, it's like you saying you just hate God for real. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But y'all know so when they passed the the Juneteenth, when they was getting all those funds for Juneteenth in Illinois, I think Zion, one of the places in Illinois, a lot of those funds was going to Africa. It wasn't even going to so-called Black Americans in America. Those funds for Juneteenth was going to people in Africa. They ain't got shit to do with Juneteenth. Nothing.
I don't believe half the stuff y'all be saying on these platforms, but what are you talking about?
No, it was. I gotta look it up. But it was a event that happened in Illinois,
right? And that event, the proceeds from Juneteenth, like the little event and stuff, was going directly to Africa.
Because people don't know what Juneteenth is outside of like mainly if you have some connection to Texas. A lot of people didn't know what it was. But that's for that community. That community, if that community want to give their money to Africa, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of Black Americans that were Pan-Africans. There's a lot of Black Americans that were not. But that Illinois don't know what Juneteenth is. I'm gonna blame them.
A lot of white people they're ignorant. So it was a chick on Facebook that this white lady was giving money to, right? She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry for what happened for slavery," and she was giving to a whole a Northeast African girl, giving her money, sending her hundreds of dollars.
People never heard of Juneteenth, like Kwanzaa. Don't nobody really know how to celebrate Kwanzaa. So Juneteenth come out, and people are like, what are we supposed to do? Now Texas was like, oh, look, we'll show you what you should do. But I think Juneteenth, what we're going to be doing in my family is creating some new customs. We're going to create some new traditions for the next generation. And I told them, I'm coordinating for our family. We're hosting. And I said, upon arrival, everybody's going to be given a blank family tree to fill out and see how far you can go back. And if you don't know, ask the elders. So we're going to have make some heritage games and make it fun, like, social party. But I'm serious. Like we got to get this done either way. But we got a lot of young people in our family that will grow up and ask about the family lineage. And so I said, okay, we'll make it a party. Food, drinks, but you're going to fill out these family trees at the same time. So, but we'll make it fun and interactive. But Juneteenth it should be whatever we want it to be. Let's create something new.
I love yesterday, during our family celebration, which is, was the celebration also for us because we moving out of state. But my grandson, he brought his girlfriend over, and the first thing he said to her when he introduced, he said, see, we Indians, this, that, and other. And she was like, I'm an Indian too. My people so-and-so and from such and such a tribe. I love that I taught my grandchildren, and I have
great grandchildren, right? I got 23 grandchildren and 4 great grandchildren, and they all know they Indians. It's good to teach them, have them family reunions. Start them family traditions. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to start some new ones on my homestead when I get to be able to develop my land. I'm going to start some new traditions for the family. Always you want to have to keep them family reunions going. And when you have them family reunions, show them family trees. Make copies of pictures and make an altar for them. A lot of people, have altars for their ancestors. I haven't made one yet, but I'll wait till I get stable on my land. But yeah, I think it's very important to teach your children who they are. It was several of my grandchildren that had to tell their teachers here in Atlanta that they're not African American. Like even on their school documents, it's got American Indian on it. My great grandbabies' birth certificates say American Indian. So, it's important to know your history, know who you came from, who you descended from, so you could pass it on to your descendants. Write a book. Some people write books about it.
I want to say something to Wild Indian down there acting uncivilized. I don't care if you don't care about Juneteenth. It's a federal holiday. That's the power of what we can do. It ain't got to have nothing to do with you. It's still a federal holiday. So Mama Opal got it done, and recognizing those people that were held over after the Emancipation Proclamation. And there's still people that were held over longer than that, and all the anarchy that happened in Texas and all the violence. So it don't have to, I don't have no connection to the people that started Memorial Day and we celebrated it yesterday.
True.
There's a lot of holidays that I don't have a personal connection to. So we don't care. Also, Juneteenth was a time when a lot of people Black people that were sitting in jail, falsely detained, when because they knew what Juneteenth was about. And I'm talking about in the 30s and the 40s. They would release people that were just sitting in jail, falsely detained and imprisoned. It depends on what side of the country you're. So you may not have a connection to Oklahoma either, but here we are. So guess what? It don't matter. It's a federal holiday and you will honor it. So how about that? It don't matter. You don't matter.
I was
in that way.
And I was watching something, they were saying the reasons why we in polarity right now is because we ended up losing control of our government. We lacked a certain discipline. And I learned, I'm 33 years old. I learned that I'm not speaking for every Black American that lacks, discipline, but based on Black American blood, we have the highest spiritual discipline, I would probably say, in the world. Just like when Brother here was saying, that people don't read books. That's a sign of discipline. I don't know if the Spirit's making him read a book, but that discipline is so needed. That's why I'm DMing both of y'all, because the only thing I'm really missing is just the genealogy part. I'm even making a call to my grandmother's sister tomorrow to see what part of Tennessee where we from, because in my family, her sister, our family, they kind of discussed that we fought the British in Tennessee when they came. And I don't know what that means. I can't go into depth about that, but I'm pretty sure about what all that means. When the British came to Tennessee, we had to fight them off or something like that. But yeah, little things like that. But yeah, I just think this is simply amazing. I just think just having Black American blood is just simply amazing. We just got to do something with it. It's millions of us out here. I know a lot of us is probably not going to wake up.
You sitting here Mo, you sitting here talking about unity. And then there's somebody in the chat who going straight rogue, just fucking exorcism is happening down there. So in one breath, we all, let's kumbaya. And then we say, okay, we got Juneteenth, a federal holiday now. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Went right back into individualism. So I think when y'all talk about unity, I think that's just Skittle rainbows and cupcakes and butterflies. But in practice, it's not a thing. It goes right back to I don't know what Juneteenth is. Who cares?
What not to be
fair. I grew up in Philly, and now they celebrate Juneteenth. But growing up, we never heard of Juneteenth in Philadelphia.
And
You know what I'm saying? I think
people don't know. It's a lot of black people.
Yeah, I didn't know nothing about it until later. Look,
It's a
I
lot
knew
of
about
things people don't know about
Juneteenth during pandemic when we was learning all this stuff. That's when I found out about Juneteenth. To be honest,
and that old 95-year-old woman that's been working on it her whole life,
celebrate that.
she deserves to be honored and recognized for holding the United States accountable.
and she does.
That y'all
I'm just saying, all of us did
after the
not
Emancipation
grow
Proclamation.
up celebrating Juneteenth. Period. All of us didn't. Now it's a federal holiday now, and it's recognized. That's fine. But even they celebrate it now in Philadelphia. But growing up, that wasn't nothing we grew up celebrating because it wasn't part of our lineage.
Look at God.
Exactly. And that's why when people talk about, like somebody said something earlier about Illinois giving their Juneteenth money to Africans, and that's where it gets tricky because a lot of people haven't done their genealogy, and if they did, they would know that Africa has nothing to do with Juneteenth.
Yeah, like
Do whatever they want. If you want to send money to Vietnam for Memorial Day, you disjointed and disconnected, but you can do whatever you want. But that's exactly what it is. At the end of the day, it's recognizing the fact, and it makes an even greater claim for those who had people enslaved in Texas, that even with the Emancipation Proclamation, Texas was like, we're not going to recognize that. Actually held those people over for 2 more years. It was probably a lot of other states that ignored the Emancipation Proclamation. But at the end of the day, now, but it shows that in Juneteenth is signifying that even after the Emancipation Proclamation, those executive orders were ignored and people were held over for 2 years afterwards, and the information didn't even get to those people. And even if it did, and once it did, and they sent in the federal to enforce it, then anarchy broke out. They don't talk about what really happened. People fighting. There was both sides were fighting. Both sides was pew-pewing. There were people like attacking Capitol buildings, attacking the government. They don't talk about all the anarchy and all the lives lost. So the thing is, it's like there's a lot. There's Cesar Chavez. How many people know what that's about? Or a lot of these holidays. What the fuck is Arbor Day? What the fuck is Groundhog Day? Shit, what a goddamn groundhog got to do with me? But here it is. So we have these customs. You don't have to celebrate it. But in the same breath, this brother down here talking about unity, and it sounds good, but when it's actually time to apply it, it gets back into me.
True. But you could join my Discord, Mo, if you have it.
Yeah. How do I do that?
Just hit me up on Instagram or something. I'll send you the link directly.
Okay, yeah. Because I got a lot of questions. The only thing I got to lock in is just genealogy. I'm calling my auntie tomorrow because I'm gonna figure this out. I bought all this land, man. Like I bought all this land. I'm not lying. I don't have any smut on what I'm doing. Like I don't want to just go on because I know everybody feels good on your platform, man. Being a Black American, I feel good. But after a while, you just like, man, what am I gonna really do? Like after a while, it's like, really, what am I gonna do? Especially knowing that you're a Black American. Like your platform is so powerful. I just don't want everybody like just resting their head on a pillow. Oh, I'm a Black American. Oh, I'm straight. Everything good. People copying me. Like that shit is cool. Super Saiyan. But after a while, it's kind of like I need to really go from genealogy and saving my money and really doing something for the red, white, and blue. Like I'm done talking like for real.
For sure.
But your topics is hot though, man. Like I'm not gonna lie, like everything you doing on here, I don't see why not people just don't spend time realizing what their grandparents did. Because if it wasn't for my grandparents, I wouldn't even be on your platform. If my grandmama didn't say we was Indian, I probably in 2025 probably just the platform. If my grand across your platform.
He's a liar. They wasn't educated. Someone told me that. When I said, well, my grandma said we was Indians. She's like, well, you know, our grandmothers back in the day, she didn't have an education. I want to say, you but I kept my composure.
Like we weren't going to college in 1908.
I mean, Kanye
West. My grandma
said the
stayed
same
on
thing.
land.
But it don't matter. We still had universities in the early 1900s.
We did. We had Tuskegee. We had Fisk, Howard,
Brown College.
I remember one time I lived in the Bronx. I lived in the Bronx right by High Bridge and the Yankee Stadium for 9 months. And I'm not gonna lie, and I know a lot of people from New York is on here. I'm not trying to say anything outrageous, outlandish, but I've seen like Caribbean people dress up in Indian attire and break dance and do all this other stuff. Now I'm not trying to diss, like I'm just being for real. Like I've seen people claim Indian, and it just sounds like Indian comes from the 50 states. Like when people come in from out the 50 states, it's kind of hard. Like it feels real. I don't know how to explain that, but you know, it's just, I remember Kanye West said what makes you a Black American is when your grandma says that you're an Indian. And that's what my grandmama did. Like I remember even to this day, like it's evident. Like I would hate to just ask a person that's not from the 50 states, did your grandma or grandpa did that claim ever come out? Because if you come in here, you dancing, you talking, you putting jewelry on your neck, you're getting the jobs, you're starting the families, you're buying the houses, you're getting the land. It just seems like these are all the things that we should be doing, you know. But
doing that, sir. It's a lot of us. It's a lot of us that are farmers. It's a lot of us that are homesteaders that's buying land right now. I have family that build houses as well. I have a cabin that I'm being built right now, but I have to build the inside of it. Right. We have people that a lot of people are buying land right now. A lot of us is on the same wavelength when it comes to that. Especially growing our own food and medicine.
Yep. What's up, Talik?
Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Man, love you. I know I love you to life, brother.
Yeah, much love to you too, man.
Hey, Davida. Delito. Peace to the room, man.
Hello, Talik. How you been doing?
Oh, man,
I know you. I still want one of them vegetarian meals when I come out that way.
I got a lot of. I'm going digital with a lot of stuff, so I'm gonna be able to be shipping out a lot of good things, a lot of good herbs and spices, and a lot of stuff. So I just made an app, Darvish.
You made an app?
Yeah.
Send it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, congrats.
It's about the burnt courthouses.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What, tracking it down?
Yep. You can track them down. I got a tracker and everything all on there. I'm gonna send it to you. Try to send it to you so you can so everybody can check it out. But it's free. It's free. You know what I'm saying right now. But it's basically you can put your town or county wherever you're in, and they'll find those burnt courthouses, and also find the different churches or different other places that actually kept some of those remnants of those records, but it's more so connecting you to that area, to those burnt courthouses to help people's cases. Because a lot of people are developing the cases because it's a big case study finding out with these burnt courthouses that's been going on from California all the way to New York. Every time these courthouses are burnt, the indigenous people that's been reclassified as Negro, Black, and Colored has lost damn near all of their land. Which that's the same story with my family. You know what I'm saying? So I just made like just helping people out, man. You know what I'm saying, with their genealogy.
Yeah, that's very useful. Yeah, that's very useful. Yeah, send it to my IG. Yeah.
I got you.
Wait, so you got
send it to me too, to my IG.
In Mississippi.
Got you. To go to stay on topic, what you was talking about, that's I'm gonna you back on your topic. A lot of people don't know, of course, we know it's anywhere, but Cherokee, I even one of my lines, which I always let one of my lines, is the Eshek line. But later on, one of the Cherokee Confederacy with Sam Houston came to Liberty, Texas, where my people was, and like absorbed, one of the Eshek tribe. You know what I'm saying? But that was a whole ploy to, defraud a lot of the Indians and stuff out of their land. That was a whole little ploy. You can check that out with Sam Houston, what he did. They also brought him in. They nicknamed him the Raven and whatnot, and he betrayed a lot of people. So y'all can check that out.
The show. Nice.
Yeah, they was taking shit. They weren't asking. They was taking shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Exactly. The show. Who coming up? Who's in the request right now? Receipt. Regardless is back.
The sword that Sam Houston had was from Chief Bowlegs.
Brewer.
Yep, his sword was from. That's what gave him his sword.
Wow.
So they had to align themselves with the power. You know what I'm saying? With the muscle.
I'll be back, Osiris.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Wasn't Bowleg Seminole?
Yeah.
Somebody say something? Yo, you was muffled. Oh no.
Yeah, so they all came from the Seminoles migrated came all the way to Brackenville, Texas. And
right.
And that was all along the Trinity River in Liberty, Texas. That was the area that Sam Houston was. So that's what that's where the interaction and stuff. He had to line himself with them. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't want no smoke. So he had to lay down. He had to get down.
Yeah, he gave us a little treaty, but shit, that motherfucker wasn't upheld. So. Yep, I think that's the 1836 one.
The name of it, I can't remember.
It's they call it the Bowles Treaty.
Yeah, the Bowles, right?
Yeah, they got the sword. It's in the Freemason spot up there in Oklahoma. They took it.
You see why?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, that nigga Pike was cold-blooded with, you know what I'm saying, systematically making us fight amongst each other, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's what they did when they pulled up. They seen us already fucking with the Spanish, and the Spanish already seen the other tribes against each other. So they just was like, shit, we can just make them go against each other and then do what we gotta do.
Yep. That was real smart. Exposing our beefs. The same shit that's going on now.
Yeah.
Still, I always shot that book out Indian Givers too, because that book break down how people been coming here for hundreds of years, making their countries rich off our resources here. This is the land of milk and honey. If there was a Garden of Eden, it would be here. Why? You know what I'm saying? And not to mention our soil, the terra preta, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother story. And the corn that's curing famines around the world. So.
Yep. Yeah, we got more minerals and resources and shit the law allow. They just found, I think, 1 trillion of what is it?
What?
Nah, that's flex, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, you muffled flex. Yeah, you muffled flex.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh shit. Somebody just shouted you out, Talik, Soul Food Vegan, Celine.
Appreciate that, man. I got a juice bar opening up too, super healthy, wealthy juice bar opening up real soon. And I got an online dispensary, that everybody can shop online.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'll chop it up with you, dog. We can offer something for the community. You know what I'm saying? Make something make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you flex.
Oh, for sure. I had to turn my Bluetooth off.
Hey. Well,
Sword ass.
Yeah, it's somebody we know from Clubhouse and stuff. Is Swordfish? Yeah, Swordfish is on TikTok. He hasn't been on the panels lately.
Yeah, I seen them. I seen the last video when him and Top Cats went over there on Sonetta, and they destroyed them boys to the point where they was like they couldn't even rebuttal half the stuff.
When was this?
Go look up.
Sabir got beat up real bad too. It was sad. He got beat up real bad, man. Bloody nose, black eyes.
It's the video when they on slavevoyages.com. Sewell went up in there and destroyed them. Showed them 82 Africans came to America, and showed them that it was Africans leaving from Africa and coming right back into Africa. Showed the millions of Africans coming in there. Oh, it's cold. I was like, ooh.
What's it? You remember the title of it?
I'm about to go for it right now because I sent that shit out. I went to go send that shit out. Hold on.
You ain't seen Sabir got that? It was it was embarrassing. It was
I see this.
Yeah, it was like a funeral, man. It was pretty sad, man, because he got embarrassed pretty bad, man. It was pretty bad, man. It was pretty bad. I'm gonna ask you to come through in a little bit.
Oh, brother, I'm probably gonna turn that shit down.
Oh man. They put some punching bags because all he try to do is try to set ambush you with some bullshit. That's all he do. But shit, every time we got the Indians on that bitch, man, the Indians be scalping them niggas, man.
So what point was he trying to prove?
That America was Morocco.
Oh hell.
And Tomcats was just hitting them with the cool, yes sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Okay, sir. And then hitting them with the whole rope-a-dope. You know what I'm saying? Well, you just said this, sir. It was bad. Bad. He was hanging himself with his own words. I'm like, oh man.
You said oh my bad.
I sent on the chat. If you need the name, I'll tell you the name.
It's in the chat. Hold on. Your comment might be filtered. How do I see filtered comments?
I'm gonna say the name. It's
yes. I might just hop off and watch that. I'm trying to be entertained tonight.
When I say destroyed, he going slave voyages.
You will. Oh, you will.
Oh yeah, that's some good. That man, when he say destroyed and showed them with the receipts, like, nah, bro, y'all can't refute, and then showed you ship manifest from Europe, ship manifest of people coming from Europe into Africa, saying, how can y'all explain this? Man, I'm supposed to start talking line and stuff like, oh man, see, it's showing, like, nah, bro, it's showing you what they was getting off on and coming off of. Man, they destroyed them boys heavy, like, man.
Is it on his main page, House of Consciousness, or Sonetta? Yeah, Sonetta got more than one page, don't he?
You can't. You know what? Sonetta be erasing the debates with the Indians, because I be going on Sonetta's page. I can't find nothing.
Did Top Cats react to it?
That's not what Rich. Yeah, you did.
All right, I'm gonna go find it on Top Cats page, man.
That shit was funny as hell. Oh
my god. Hey, yo, that's funny. Debate with yeah, he said y'all said Sonetta gonna be hitting me up soon. I hope not. I was gonna be like, I'm good.
brother, we have something to offer for the people. If you got something, brother, come on.
You know what? Every time I seen Cousin Phoenix go on there, he always gave her the utmost respect. Always. Every single time that she was on Sonetta, I've never seen, and he even had his people in the chat, like they was being disrespectful. He would tell them, don't be being disrespectful. So I had to give him respect for that because he respected my cousin with her information and her genealogy.
Okay, for sure. All right. I mean, then I might.
Oh, he had utmost respect for Phoenix. Nah, for real. They got that New York connection. You know what I'm saying? I can see it. Hey, you want to know something about New York? When I go to New York, that's like it hurt me. It's like the real, like most of I want to say most of the people I see, a lot of them are immigrants, but just that old New York, that was the indigenous people that brought that old New York sound that the whole world was, was feeding off of. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, it's like an aftermath of them putting the war against them, and it's just like, man, I can just feel the spirits of them ancestors. You know what I mean? Like they really went to war against those indigenous people, those people in New York who created. You know what I'm saying? The culture, of hip hop that we love. You know what I'm saying? And that, you know what I mean? Those were. When you really do the genealogy on these people, most of these people were indigenous people. And it's like, seeing how they've been uprooted is just crazy.
I'm at it.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm coming from the South, just going up there to see that shit, it was just like, man, it was surreal. Like, you know what I mean? Because, I grew up on New York music and Dipset and, and all that, so just to see, like, the aftermath with, with inflation and did to New York and all that shit to the people. It's just, man, it's like sad.
I think I found it. It's a members only thing. So is it on side? I paid for the membership then. Yep, it's on.
Which one you talking about?
The one y'all was talking about is it's like a members only on Top Cast page. So I went and paid the $4.99. Yep, I'm in Brooklyn. There's 5 shit. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and watch that, y'all. I'm gonna hop off here. It was great talking to y'all. Love y'all.
Be safe, brother, man.
Peace, love you.